Sì, sì, sì.
We should be on. Is that?
It is in this color.
Okay.
It's multi.
Okay.
It's top.
Okay.
In green.
Perfect.
It's correct. Okay. It's the same. Okay.
Thank you. That's the one, because he's in the round table as well. Just the round table is here.
Dopo parliamo, certo.
Shall I say that they sit down?
Yeah.
Hola. Maybe it's time to start. If you can take a seat, please. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Barcelona for the ones that are here for just this nice meeting that we have today. We are very glad because we have joined efforts with two projects devoted to science communication, which is NEWSERA and ENJOI. I'm Rosa Arias, I'm the coordinator of NEWSERA. I'm here with Elisabeth Atola, which is the coordinator from ENJOI, and we are both partners in the projects. So we are very happy to be here. Thank you for coming. I hope that you will enjoy the day. We have a very interesting program that Eli will explain you in a while. And in 2 minutes, I will give you a very short explanation of what NEWSERA is for the ones that are not aware of the project. We have been running for 3 years now, since 2020. We were lucky enough to have the kickoff meeting just before the lockdown here in Barcelona, 3 days before, something like that. And we get to know each other in person, and now we are finally get together again in person for the closing of the project. We have been working in innovative science communication strategies addressed to quadruple helix stakeholders, especially working in citizen science projects. So we had run citizen science communication labs in the last 3 years for all these quadruple helix stakeholders and data journalism, which is why we are here as well. And at the end, we had involved 38 initiatives, citizen science projects from Italy, Spain, and Portugal, who have been working in these initiatives. We have been measuring the impact of their actions, and we are getting to the final results, which are the blueprints. But today, we are here to talk about the data journalism part of the project. So this is what the day is about. So I will give the word to Eli.
Thank
who
you.
is our expert.
Well, or try to be. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Rosa. Yeah, my name is Elisabeth Atola. I'm a science and data journalist from Italy, and I'm the coordinator of ENJOI. ENJOI was actually born 1 year later than NEWSERA, so we were partners in NEWSERA. And as Rosa said, I like to highlight that because we were here, and then we went back home after the kickoff meeting, and that day was the first day that in the airport in Bologna they were taking temperature, and it was the start of the pandemic. So literally today, with some of the people, we're so happy to be back in 3D, which I think it's fantastic, and it makes a huge difference. ENJOI is a project focusing on the engagement and journalism innovation for outstanding open science communication. It's the project that is focusing on quality in science journalism, with a strong focus on engagement as the key to improve the quality of journalism. Being born from NEWSERA, we went through a similar sort of setup, so we decided to do engagement workshop with many different stakeholders, so not only journalists, but citizens, activists, teachers, and so on, and so forth, and then a series of lab focused on the for ERIC's stakeholder. We are almost at the end of the round of labs now. Actually, today it's the lab in Barcelona for the journalists, but we have only one lab left then for the policymakers, which will be held in December. ENJOI still has 1 year to go, and the final idea is really to define a working list of principle, standard, and indicator for high quality in science journalism. The focus is a lot on journalism, more than the broader science communication idea, and we will try to we will have to define a manifesto for that, and produce an observatory, a platform where all of these resources will be made available. So there is a strong collaboration with NEWSERA in that, and we're very happy to have this joint event today. So in the morning, we decided to create this event to really try to put together the knowledge that we have raised together and on data journalism and misinformation. So a strong focus on journalism as a special part, a special category within the broader science communication world. So we will have 2 keynotes at the beginning, and one is focusing a lot on the use of data, and the second one more on the misinformation, the 2 pillars of the work we've been doing. Then we will have a roundtable advancing the concept of citizen science journalism, because the effort here was also try to see how we can interconnect journalism and citizen science projects, so citizens who are already very active in producing scientific knowledge. And we will have a roundtable on that, and then we will also have a focus on the recommendation that we have collected until now on misinformation, and we will involve all of you in helping us see which one are more relevant and which one are the one we should keep in the final documents, and then we will have the wrap-up. There is a coffee break in the middle, so don't be worried about that. And I think I will stop here and give the floor to Jesus Mendez for starting the program. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Just one thing,
Sure.
little announcement. Because for the ones that don't know, I mean, these projects have a continuation. So we are in the end phase, but we have very good news for you. If you're interested in this type of activities and in excellent science communication and so on, from April, there would be a new project starting, which would be called Coalesce. Coalesce. It's a very difficult name
We
for
have to
me.
learn how to pronounce
Coalesce. Okay. And it will be lasting for 4 years, starting from April. We will be building the European Competence Center for Science Communication. So there will be a lot of opportunities to get involved. You will learn more next year, but I already invite you to be just following the news, because it will be super interesting. We will build a network of national ambassadors in the UK, 27 plus UK and Ukraine, and a lot of activities will be going on from next year. The ENJOI Observatory, in fact, will be embedded in the virtual platform of the Competence Center, and many other things will happen, so just be ready to join them.
Tune in, right? Thank you, and have a good morning. It's already.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. So, so I'm Jesus Mendez from the Science Media Center here in Spain, and I'm going to moderate the first session. We will have 2 speakers. They're going to talk for about 45 minutes, each one, and they're going to speak one after the other. So we have opened this Slido app, which this is important because you can access with this code or this QR, and please, all the questions, write it down there. So I will read it and select them, because maybe we won't have time to ask questions here live. So please don't forget. And first, we're going to hear Matteo Moretti. Matteo Moretti is an award-winning designer. He co-founded Sheldon Studio, which focuses on immersive information experience design. He is professor at the University of the Republic of San Marino, at the Data Design Master of the Elisava here in Barcelona, and at the Faculty of Design of Bose and Bolzano. He's co-founder of the Visual Journalism Research Platform at this university, and Design for Migration, which is the first platform that collects design projects related to the recent European migratory phenomena. His design research project received, among others, the Data Journalism Award of the European Design Award and the European Design Award in recent years. So whenever you want, Matthias.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, ciao, hello, I'm Matteo. I'm a designer from Italy and also co-founder of Sheldon Studio. This is our studio. It's a young studio. They focus on data, design, and also society. So what I mean, basically, we aim to make a further sense of data and design, moving just beyond the traditional data visualization, but working with a strong social vocation, unfolding the complexity of social and global phenomena to a broader and often unexperienced audience. We used to say we design informative experiences, and I would like to dedicate a couple of slides to this concept that maybe sound a little bit strange, but the word is made by two main concepts, information and experience. Traditionally, information is something indirect. It's something brought by third parties, by other people. We listen to information, we watch information, we read information. It's something that happens and is mediated by others. On the other side of the screen, we have experiences that are direct. So we experience things through our body. The body is the only mediator between the reality, let's say. So with this term, information experience, we aim to shorten the distance between indirect and direct experiences, creating new forms, let's say, of experiences able to inform or information that are able to engage in a more experiential way while informing. Moving beyond and toward the today's topic, I will also focus on this indirect and direct way of experiencing the world, because it's something that was very, very clear during the pandemic, for instance. Indirect ways, so the general information tells the pandemic might be lethal, and at least in my case, no friends of mine died. So what I have to trust, my experience, my everyday life experience, or what is told on newspaper. Again, more extreme again. Earth is a globe, yes, but I see a flat horizon. I think this space between first person, so experiences mediated by me, by the single body, and experiences mediated by other parties, is interesting space. It's basically a negotiating between direct and indirect. Is the space where we build our idea of the world, is the space where humanity basically evolved. So even if I see a flat horizon, I trust science that Earth is a globe. I cannot experience everything in order to verify what I was told by others. Otherwise, probably we would be still at the Stone Age. But obviously, there's a but in all the stories. Sometimes indirect and direct overlaps in the wrong way. Sometimes, for instance, data tells thousands of migrants land daily in Italy, and people perceive that they are everywhere. So indirect information doesn't mean only trusted information, but also other kind of information. And sometimes there are data for every kind of information or theory. Indeed, to rely on Salvatore Iaconesi's statement that it's a little bit provocatory, I understand, but I also agree with him. Data is an opinion. I mean, for any kind of theory, you probably will find some data. And then, obviously, you have to check how these data were collected, where this came from, what was the process of analysis and filtering, and so on. So probably, if you have some data culture, you will realize these data are not really useless, are not useful, sorry, or are fake. But data don't lie, probably it's the first lie about data. And obviously, there are other layers on which misinformation and misinformed content spread and grows. because confirmation bias, it's a psychological effect of our mind, for instance, that tend to push us to search only for information that support our position. And then echo chambers or polarization are new phenomena, let's say, introduced by the social networks. So there are many levels: psychological levels, technological levels, and social. And the other sad side of the story is that the way usually adopted to debunk fake news or misinformed content is the debunking, telling people you are wrong. And this, at least the recent studies tells that debunking is not really effective in persuading people or letting people understand they are believing false content. In the analogous way, also pointing people to the right data sources is not really effective. Indeed, opening the open data is just the first step. Usually, we used to tell people that, yes, but open data is the new future. Finally, the society will be a better place because data are open, accessible to everybody. Yes, but if you're not able to deal with data, yes, open data for you is just jargon. If you download an open data set, it's just rows of numbers without any meaning and any clue if you're not able to read them. This is, we use to say we must open the open data. So trying to really opening to a broader audience. That means democratizing the data culture toward having more conscious and active citizens. But obviously, this is a dream because learning new things, it's a long time process. Just focus, for instance, on the last 50 years, basically. I'm talking about Italy, I'm Italian, and we spent 20 years before understanding that was broadcasted on TV is not per se real. Sometimes, at least I don't know how many of you know Berlusconi. Berlusconi was, was our president for, I don't remember how many years. 17, yeah. Thanks to TV and sometimes thanks to, let's say, differently true facts or using television in a very unfair way. But we spent 20 years as a society to elaborate this and understanding that what was on TV, maybe it's a fake, it's not by default true. And then the same is repeating in a similar way on the internet. So I think 10 years are passed after the Web 2.0 invention, and we are realizing after 10 years the toxic power of fake news and so on. So learning new things takes time. So what we can do in the meantime? We cannot wait other 10 years that people, the citizen, let's say, learn how to deal with data. Will be nice, but maybe in the next 10 years, many other bad things will happen. So what I'm proposing is to designing digital commons. What are exactly digital commons? I think you are very familiar with it. Think of Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a digital common. It's something that belongs, let's say, to a community. It's maintained by community, and it serves the community. So everybody produce, obviously, other people can put wrong content on Wikipedia, and other people can correct this content. But the idea is that is a data accessible, first of all. Everybody can read it, can use it, can contribute to it. And then with this data, other people can also create other contents to feed the debate on specific issues. So institution, organization, enterprises release their data in open format, and then journalists, experts, designers, activists, who you prefer, design digital commons available for journalists and media producers to create new contents or directly support citizens and policymakers. Yes, but how? So I'm proposing to frame data journalism in terms of digital commons, so moving beyond the traditional article based on data or just the classic infographic. So the next project I will introduce to you are 3 projects we designed in the last, 1 year and a half. And I try also to identify some 3 main concepts on which those projects articulates, basically. First one is translate. So the need for translating the data in something that is relatable to people. So first of all, visual translation or textual translation. Then finding storytelling ways, or to make people relate on complex phenomenon. For instance, let's imagine the pandemic or the climate change instead of showing pictures, as it happened for the last 20 years, of polar bears on melting iceberg, telling about climate change in your own city, finding ways to let the people relate, or let the everyday life of people relate to global phenomena. And finally, enabling people. So trying, given the fact that many citizens are not really skilled with reading and accessing data, finding ways to try to enabling, empowering them, giving them new tools to understand what they are reading or watching. So the first project is called Local Climate Change. This is the URL. It was made by Osservatorio Balcani, Caucaso, Trans-Europa, and Sheldon Studio, and visualizes the Copernicus dataset. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this dataset, that it's awesome. It's about 40 years of daily temperature, so you can imagine how many data, all over the European country, or territory, sorry. So tons of data that usually are visualized in such a way, or even worse, this kind of aggregated way. That for sure it's fine, but obviously you have such a granularity in this data, and here is not represented. You just see that, yes, we are in Italy, we are in Spain, it's orange, but it's very similar to the others, nothing special. It's not like the Middle East, so poor people. But yes, this is one of the problems that lead usually to, is not only due to the visualization, but to a way of communicating climate emergency that usually the people believe climate is a problem of others. On the contrary, we try to address the issue on the concept of care. What I mean, because as humans, we care what we love. So we have a special attention to the things we care about. So we try to tell a story from a reader-centered data storytelling. This is what I mean when I was showing the relatability concept. So instead of telling the story of the climate as an aggregate data, we try to enter into the aggregation and telling the story of single places. For instance, the place where you were born, where you studied, where you got your first kiss, where you had just a wonderful holiday, and so on. I don't remember what is the other one, but you can imagine another place. So this is the result. In the beginning, it's just a map covered by a universe of dots, are more than 100,000 dots. The dot color relates to the trend of the climate in the last 40 years. The first effect, or the first insight compared to the map I showed you before, is that the red area are in very specific places compared to the aggregation that basically flatten all the information. And as you can see, the red dots are in the colder area of Europe. If you look at the Greece, for instance, or yes, even the France, but the Greece, I think, is more effective. Unfortunately, it's not in the screen. The Greece is covered by yellow dots. Even if Greece is very hot, the trend, it's more or less the same in the last 40 years. While the colder area, if you also look at Norway, if you have the mobile phone, you can also watch on your mobile phone. Or, yes, the Lombardy, that is the north region of Italy, are among the regions that are really, or yes, Budapest, it's super red, are witnessing a very strong climate change. But yes, the project is not just a map. This is just the beginning. This dot density offers personal connection to the places, first of all, because you can spot your places or searching in the search field on top. With this idea, we try to reduce the distance between the people and the global phenomenon, so people can relate to the data about the places they care about, toward this shifting of perception that climate is a problem of us. Here, a screencast, for instance, of a, let's say, user journey, exploring the map. And then we observed during the user test that people, in a very instinctive way, are not searching for random places, but the places where they're born, where they go for holiday, and so on. Let's imagine, I don't remember now the video where, this is the Greece. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think now it goes to Bruxelles. For each dot, you can get the final information, and this 3.2, or yes, it's the result of the 40 years climate change. Once you click on a city, you approach a single page where basically we design an automated text that is fed by data. But within this automated text, there are some adjectives that changes according to the data value. So for instance, in Bruxelles, I don't remember, okay, the temperature has increased exceptionally, and this exceptionally, that it's here, I don't know if you can see, change according to the data. Other places, the temperature change in a moderated way, for instance. And then, about empowering, we tried, this is the chart of the climate trend, and this is called, I don't know how many of you are familiar with scrollytelling approach. Scrollytelling means, in this case, that I'm scrolling the page, but the content sticks to the center of the screen, and the scrolling basically controls this black cursor that follow the path, highlighting the highest temperature in the timeline, the lowest, and obviously helping people understanding, okay, this was 2027, the temp, blah, blah, blah. Then the story continue, and from the very local point, okay, in this case, I show you Bruxelles, but you can also click the smallest place on Europe, and then start telling the temperature of the places close to the city, and then moving to the provinces or to the region. And finally, because we noticed it during the user test that people, while reading that the place you love is heating, people start having a sort of sad feelings. So we tried to, in a way, to give this story a positive turn. So we designed these automated thumbnails that allows you to share the project online, but especially not sharing the project, but sharing the place with these informative thumbnails that return the temperature. And what happened the week after the publication, this is from my Facebook bubble, I realized how many people in my bubble relying on this tool to share the condition, especially in those groups, Facebook groups, like if you are from Locarno, and you are, oh, I don't know how they are called, social street groups, or this kind of group that relates to specific places. Also majors, the major of Cesano Boscone, which is a very small municipality close to Milan, share among their the municipality Facebook page the climate of Cesano Boscone, telling the citizen, hey, we should take care about the climate and so on, blah, 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 blah. About the impact, the project was published in 2 years ago, more or less, 1 year and a half. Given first of all, given the European dimension, because this project presents data on the European level, thanks also to a network of European newspaper and journalists, we've been able to reach more than 100 national digital newspaper, and we also have some peaks of 1,000 users a day. Obviously, numbers can increase and it could be even more. And many, many page views. And it's very interesting looking at the analytics. The page that were visited by the people usually are just very few visits for each single municipality. And the municipality are very strange names all over Europe. So not just the big cities were visited, but also small places. Just to recap and to reconnect with the 3 keywords, translate, the project make visible open climate data. It offers this through the reader-centered storytelling. It allows people to relate to the climate change passing by the places they care. And then we hope that thanks to the scrollytelling, being facilitating the understanding of the chart, and also giving people a tool to spread their voices among their communities. The next project, it's called Mapping Diversity. It's already, again, made by Osservatorio Balcani, Caucaso, Trans-Europa, and Sheldo Studio. And the first chapter I'm going to present, it's only about Italy, but the second one will be presented, I think, in close to the end of the year, will be all over Europe. What is about mapping diversity? It's a tool to contribute and monitor inclusivity in street names. So basically, it shows all the street names dedicated to men and to women in our city. Obviously, there's a big gender gap, and it won't be this project to solve the problem. But I think in 2022, it's important to question who are the people we dedicate the street names, and especially what are the values behind those people. It's something that became very clear in Black Lives Matter protests, for instance, where black people started removing or trying to remove monument or street names dedicated to colonialism memory. Indeed, it's a matter of memory, first of all, so what are the memory and the values as a city and as citizens we are going to celebrate. It's a matter of representation, because if I'm not obviously of inclusion, I don't feel myself included in a city which streets are dedicated to, I don't know, colonialists, for instance. And also of positioning. This is the other side of the story. So as a mayor, maybe I could have interest in position the city in a specific way according to the name I'm going to dedicate the streets. This is not the first project on that issue. For instance, in Italy, we have Toponomastica Femminile that probably was the first. And it's super, how to say, granular, because in this project, probably you can find all the main cities, and it contains list of names. Probably this is the biggest limit. So it has a lot of data, but these data are not machine readable, and then are just list of names of the street, obviously. On the European level, we have equal street names. This is the Bruxelles map. Again, it's the classical approach of data analysts, data scientists, so a nice map, but without any specific context that explain the issue or trying to empower citizens understanding why it is important to reflect on this color on the map. And this is a super interesting project published just, I think, 1 week before Mapping Diversity. It's made by the Bell Lab in London, and it's called Streetonomics. And basically, it focuses on New York, London, Wien, and Paris. And the color relates not only to the gender, but also to the social condition and also the job, if I'm not wrong. But it compares only 4 cities in the world. So what we try with our project is not reinventing the wheel, but contributing to the issue. We hope to have done it successfully, but especially trying to bring the debate outside the feminist bubble or the data people bubble, because the risk is, again and always, to refer to our own circle. So we try to embrace a broader audience, because even like climate change, even this one, it's a collective phenomenon where we contribute and we are part of it. Again, we use scrollytelling, and for instance, this is, unfortunately, it's in Italian. This is the homepage where we explain the phenomenon, and this is a meta-analysis on the 21st main Italian cities. Okay, and it tells, we started using scrollytelling to tell the story, or basically having this chart. This is a chart, even it's a very strange chart, telling, okay, this is, okay, I will tell you later, because this is the home page, so it's basically touching different things. This is a chart that again, a meta-analysis of the cities, and also we have been inspired by the monument. I think it's in Washington, the one about the veteran, people died during the war. So we made this incredible list of names where you can spot cities and professions, understanding who were this person. But then moving to the core of the project are this series of maps that stick on the screen, and as soon as you scroll, the map change. So metaphorically, it's like talking with the person who made the chart and is going to explain the chart. And now I'm going to translate for you, because it's in Italian. So basically, let me restart the slide. Okay, in Turin, that is the city, there are 2,500, more or less, streets and squares. Okay, and then the next filtering is, okay, 1,000 of them are dedicated to people. Among these 1,000, the 95% are dedicated to men. basically the majority. And then only 58 are dedicated to women. And soon you realize how sad is this story. And I think the storytelling and this interaction between the story told by text and what you see in the map, in a way, support a greater awareness compared to the previous project. Then we also, relying on previous experiences, we design again these informative thumbnails that are ready to be shared on social network. And finally, we also added a more, let's say, qualitative touch. So finally, you can explore the map and see who were these women, their faces, their occupation, their job, where they born, and so on. And obviously, many of them were saints, like the Mary, or other saints, or aristocratic people, like queens. In the next chapter, we also introduced the possibility to read the story of those women on Wikipedia. And if you follow the project, I can already spoiler that Barcelona has 15.6% of street dedicated to women, which is not, obviously, it's sad, but it's not the worst result. Talking about impact, the project that was published 1 year ago reached 18 national digital newspaper, 1 national paper published the project in the paper on page. Probably we got the same numbers compared to local climate change in less time, because this project has only 1 year. And personally, I was really surprised that this topic, so the gender equity in street names, or in general the gender issue, was, how to say, let me reframe the phrase. The audience, at least concerning my social network bubble, was more sensitive to this topic than to climate change. Obviously, we can play this game making what is more important, what is not. In my opinion, is more important climate change, because without the planet, there are no other issue. But it's very interesting understanding how people react different ways to the topic. Again, we translate, or better, we also create, thanks to the project, we created this data because they were not existing all over the cities. So the project made visible the gender gap in reader cities. It offers a reader-centered storytelling. And again, storytelling aims to facilitate the understanding. And also, we release new open data on the gender gap street names. The last project, it's called Disabled Data. And as you can imagine, it's about disability. I don't know how the situation is in your own country. In Italy, again, the situation is pretty terrible. That give also the name, because according to the recent definition of disability, the new definition moves the disability phenomenon from the person to the context. So basically, every one of us is in a condition of disability if he or she has not the same condition of other people. So it's a matter of equal opportunity. Because, for instance, tomorrow I'm going to break my arm, I'm not able to work, I'm a condition of a disability. It's called temporary disability. Or if I have a terrible disease like cancer, I'm entering a bank asking for money to buy a house, probably my request will be rejected because it's called invisible disability. So disability is something that probably in our lifespan will affect us in some ways. This is the reason why the new definition broadened the audience of people with disability. And this is one of the problems why data on disability are very hard to collect. But once you look at data about disability in Italy, this is the main platform. ISTAT on the right, it's an acronym that stands for Istituto National it's the National Institute for Statistics. And this is a dedicated portal. It's called Disability Numbers. And these are all the possible tables. But to reach this table, we calculated an average of 85 clicks and 20 table download before reaching the final data you are searching for. So it's something that you really want to have, because you need a lot of effort and passion, especially if you're expecting with one click to get the data. The project took a lot. So a month-long research revealed that disability data is often discontinued, inconsistent, non-machine readable, and seems crazy, but it is. Bless you. Italian disability data are based on sample surveys. So there are no real data about disability. Nobody knows how many people with disability we have, because according to ISTAT, so the National Institute of Statistics, they ask 100,000 samples of people, and according to that, they extend the value to the whole population. And it's a problem. Without accurate data, there is no basis for deciding and financing public policies, for instance. This is the reason why we added in a very, how to say, yes, more collaborative way, instead just of designing and a project like the other ones where we involved developer, designers, but also experts. We also included citizens. So we started a series of collaborative design workshops with citizens, people with disability, parents of people with disability, data expert on data and disability, all the people that might intervene in the or might have a role in the phenomenon. And thanks to that, we also been able to establish a network. And very important, we design for accessibility, because it's pretty funny that this data, sorry, if you scroll the page, it's called disabilitaincifre.istat.it, the website is completely inaccessible, especially on smartphone, for instance. You scroll and you realize at the bottom they've wrote the website is accessible according to the standard WCAG, AA, blah, 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 but then is not even designed for mobile, and obviously it's not really accessible. So we designed for accessibility, and this is the result. That it's quite strange compared to the project before, but the problem is that we cannot create data from scratch, so we had to rely on the existing data. So we optimized the data, so we made this collection, aggregation of data, and finally returning macro area, macro topics. So for instance, the green one is about who are the people with disability in Italy, and also you can filter by region. And the reason behind this design is that the data were so fragmented that we have to return each fragment as a single, let's say, widget. So we try to return as much as possible facet of the same phenomenon. And then there are other categories like school, work, social life, and so on. Then, talking about accessibility, you can zoom with the browser, so they can become very big, so readable for people with visual impairments, and or this can be all the, now I am using the mouse, but you can also access all the things with keyboard, for instance, because there are people with disability that are not able to deal with the mouse or a trackpad. And then, okay, very important, we designed an algorithm that, as we did in local climate change, basically there's an alternate text that narrates the chart, because people with sight disability or visual impairments usually rely on screen readers. And screen readers, when it arrives a picture or a chart, just tell there's a picture, there's a chart. And it's nothing special. It's about creating an algorithm that reads the data and create a text. In this case, this is the text related to this chart. The data trend is slightly increasing from 5.1 to 5.2, or yes, 5.0. The lowest value is 5.0, blah, blah, blah. And then it starts telling each year values in case you want to discover all the values. And it's funny that we receive a lot of positive feedback by blind people that finally were able to understand what's behind the chart. And then we've been on the contrary, we received several negative feedback by people that have people not completely blind that blamed for the poor contrast color. So probably this project is more accessible for completely blind people. And then we obviously decided to change the color and make it more easy, less strong. Finally, again, relying on the previous experiences, each widget came with this footer where you can, obviously, this is info, it's about where the data came from. Okay, the first one, source, points directly to the data source. But yes, data source exists, so it's very hard to get this data from their website. Info provides some context, obviously, of where the data came from which tables, how these data were collected. Embed is meant for journalists or activists, so allowing them to embed these tables or charts in their own pages. And finally, download is something like in climate change and mapping diversity. You download this chart according to the filtering you applied, and allows you to download a single picture on the social network. The project was published on the in the first week of November, so 3 weeks ago. And it has a lot of impact on the media, especially because the topic, it's super important. And then, thanks to our partner that commissioned the project, Fight the Stroke, we work together, and thanks also to the network. We've been able to reach 15 national digital newspapers, and at least for now, 1,000 unique visitors and 3,000 page views. On the 3rd December, the project will close with a new part. It's a gamification approach we are experimenting. So it will be a series of questions that challenge people to guess on numbers. And the first question, this one, it's about how many people with disability lives in Italy, 1.5 million, and so on. And it's a tricky question because nobody knows the numbers. So all the answers are wrong. And this is a way to engage people. So because there's a psychological effect where you guess on something, then you are very curious to understand if you were right or wrong. So it's a way to let the readers confront with the topic and understanding what is the problem. That is not only on assessing the data, but also start debating for having data, real data on disability. Again, the project makes visible, available, and accessible open data on disability. We hope that through this gamification approach to arouse curiosity and leads to a reflection, and also empower, so simple, interactive, and accessible charts. We hope that we've been able to empower a little bit more people and offering also different ways to spread this data. To wrap up, first of all, we think it's important working in an interdisciplinary way because, yes, we are cool, we are designers, and then there are journalists, and then there are experts. But if we work alone, basically, the risk is that our effort is limited compared while in the moment we work together and we join the forces because design alone cannot do nothing, basically. Journalists has a power, but probably finding more efficient ways to engage readers thanks to design will be more powerful. And to do that, we usually rely on collaborative design. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but I think nowadays it's quite mandatory to work with different people and different professional backgrounds. Collaborative design means that, for instance, traditionally, the expert provide the data, the journalist read article with this data, and then the designer make a nice package out of it. In a more collaborative approach, designers, journalists, experts will sit around the same table since the beginning of the process until the end. And every person in the game share his or her own concern, dreams, worries, with this idea of building together the project. And so, hopefully, that all the voices involved in the process are listened and probably have a space. And finally, thinking of the final user, so thinking in a more UX approach, so designed to power readers' graphical and literacy skills, because don't give for granted that everyone are able to read and assess charts and so on. And obviously there are always bias, so even if you think you are reaching your final, let's say, target user, probably you have some bias within. And obviously, okay, it seems quite granted in 2022, but think first of all to mobile people, because nowadays I think the 75% of internet users assess 82. Okay, thank you for the updated data. She's my source. 82 people browse the internet with mobile phones, so it's quite paradox. It's a quite paradox designing for bigger screens. So mobile first means that first you design for small screens, so everything looks wonderful and work efficiently on small screen, and then maybe you can even improve the project on bigger screens. But first, think of mobile. Last thing, it's the media coverage. I think it's very important. As I show in my slides, yes, we made interesting project, but those projects has a limited power in the moment. They are alone in how to say, we need some media coverage by national newspaper and so on, because otherwise your wonderful project will be alone and nobody will notice it. So it's important to play in a more networked situation, and so to bring attention to what you did, because obviously data journalism has a lot of power, but it costs a lot usually, because it involves many professionals, it takes more time, and researchers. So the risk is to spend money for creating a wonderful website that basically it's pretty useless if it's not noticed and used by other people. So it's important that you maximize the way you bring the audience to your project. Then I would like to close with this statement from Clay Johnson, that is a writer that in 2013 or 15 wrote The Information Diet. That is an interesting book about junk news. This is the name he coined this concept. Basically, he tells that we spent 10 years understanding that junk food is not really healthy, and it's true. So junk food is very inviting, it's tasty, it's nice to look at, but probably it's not really healthy. So and as we learn to educate our body and our mind not to feed every day with junk food, we should transfer the same know-how to news. So we should avoid clicking the classical junk news that are written just to make us click and not to really inform. Within this metaphor and within the book, he also wrote this statement that I think is quite interesting, that is, the internet is the single biggest creator of ignorance mankind has ever created, as well as the single biggest eliminator of that ignorance. So if you are not happy about the condition in which internet is, that basically everything you search on the internet, it's just an advertisement nowadays. All the concept, all the names, the first 10 results probably are trying to selling something that has that relates to your search. So it's up to us, people that produce content, to fill and populate the internet with meaningful content instead just of putting rubbish. So I hope it was helpful, and thank you again. Okay, I'll leave you the stage.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you. Also because you've been 45 minutes exactly. So let's move to the second speaker. First of all, I want to remind you to use the Slido, because I have only the last time I saw it, it was only 2 questions. So maybe you didn't have time to write the code. So here it is. And the second speaker is Joana Gonçalves. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, but she's connected via Zoom. Joana Gonçalves is the leader of the Social Physics and Complexity Research Group at LIP in Lisboa, and an invited associate professor in the University of Lisboa. Her current research uses experimental and computational methods to study decision-making, mainly in policy and health. In 2019, she was the recipient of an ERC starting grant to study human behavior using the online spreading of fake news as a model system, and in 2022, a proof of concept grant to conduct the project fake news recommendation. So, Joanna, are you there?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. So,
Good morning.
good morning, whenever you want.
Good. Can you see my slides? Yes. Okay, so unfortunately I cannot see you, and I'm sorry that I'm not there, but also after Matthew's presentation, which was so interesting, I'm happy that this I'm not adding to my carbon footprint. So what I have thought about today was to talk a little bit about misinformation and some unpublished work that we have that I think might be useful to help us discuss the role of science communication and outreach, and also citizen science. So I expect it to be a little bit provocative, but at least controversial, so that we can have a fruitful discussion. Okay, so the framework is to say your who believes in fake news, and what we do in the book, or part of the book, is to study. We don't really study fake news. What we do is that we use fake news as a model system, the same way that people use flies to study human cancer. So we use misinformation as a model system to understand behavior and cognitive biases. So I'll try to explain a little bit better what I mean by this. So the way we think about it is very similar to the way we think about diseases. So let's say that we can have a pathogen, and we can have many different pathogens. And people, the hosts can be susceptible to many different types of pathogens. I might be more susceptible to one than to another. But also, if I don't live in an environment where this pathogen exists, let's say I'm susceptible to malaria, but if I do not have the infected mosquitoes where I live, I don't have to worry about it on my day-to-day life. So I need to study, if I want to understand the susceptibility to a certain disease, I need to understand both the pathogen, the host, and the environment where it's been spreading, and we do exactly the same thing for we actually do it for infectious diseases, and we do it for disinformation. So we think about disinformation as being these viruses that infect different people, and I might believe in some and not believe in others. But again, if none of my friends shares it on the natural environment that we now live in, called the social networks, if none of my friends shares this, I'm not going to have access, I'm not going to be exposed, and I will not necessarily be infected. So we use a very similar theoretical framework to study both disinformation and infectious diseases. And today, I'm really only going to be talking about this part of the work, right, of disinformation, and especially the work in humans, and maybe if I have time, I'll look on the networks, but mostly it's going to be focused on how we study susceptibility, individual susceptibility. And this is the book. So it's printed now, so this part of the book works mostly in the health part, and this part of the book works mostly in the disinformation part. And today I'm going to be talking about the work of people's books. And I'll mention in a few slides. Okay, so the roadmap will be to talk a little bit about three paradoxes, and I'll try to explain what they mean. And then I'll try to talk about how we think about misinformation as this bias, or as a cognitive bias, and how we use it to study cognitive biases. And I'll just have a couple of slides of examples of misinformation and definitions, like what we mean by it and what we work with it. Then I'll explain our framework that is really based on the notion of overconfidence, at least the one I'm going to show you today. And then I'll try to discuss possible consequences to science communication in light of our results. So this is basically it. So the paradoxes. The first paradox is that we know, for instance, that so this is a particular example of average life expectancy. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know how close the screen is to you. But this is the idea that average life expectancy at birth has been increasing, is been growing. Now with the pandemic, they went a bit down for the first time in centuries, but it really, as long as we keep track with wars, but really the tendency, the trend has been really for life expectancy to increase, and people realize, if you ask in our surveys, that this is due to science, medical, technological advances, science applications, right? But the percentage of, this is in the case of US adults, they say they have a great deal of confidence in people, and these are different people, right? So the military is typically behind the United States. The scientific community and the medical community, they've been remaining exactly the same, if not actually dropping. The trust in science and scientists. So this idea that like science in general, science applications might be good, but the trust in scientists is maybe scientists not so much. The other one is that for a really long time we believe this deficit model, right? That the more people know, the more people love science, or the more people have a positive attitude towards it. And we've been having examples of this since we started measuring it in the 90s. That is not the case. So there's no linear relationship between how much you know and how much you love science. And in fact, specifically for controversial issues or issues where there's a lot of science communication, a lot of outreach, it might even be the worst. It might be even the inverted. So in this case, this is how much people know about science, and this is how much people believe that climate change is true, and this is so this is their science literacy, and each color is their political affiliation in the United States. And what you see is that it's true that you have this linear relationship between knowing more science and believing climate change is true if you are on the liberal side of the political spectrum, but you have a complete inversion if you are on the other extreme. So really giving information is not so, it doesn't help, and again, Matteo made that point very, very nicely. And in fact, it might even make it worse, because we see this more on controversial issues, so issues that are very discussed publicly and widely. So we don't know what is the cause of consequence here. We don't know if we talk a lot about it because they're controversial, or if actually they become controversial because we talk a lot about them. But for instance, the percentage of people very well is close to 50%, but the percentage of, again, citizens that say that scientists understand the health effects of eating genetically modified food is only 20%. So people do not think that scientists understand it, and of course this doesn't help for their trust. And the fact is that we've known, this is a statement for 400 years, and we know that giving information does not necessarily help. We know that just giving data is not the way it's working. And this is from Francis Bacon. What he said was that human understanding, when it has once adopted an opinion, it throws all things else to support this opinion. You can agree with it. So there can be a great number of examples on the other side that what we do is that we then neglect them, or despise them, but the goal is that we create this predetermination, right? So that in the end, whatever it was that I believed, my former conclusions remain inviolate. So I don't change anything, even if I'm given a lot of information. And again, this has been known. Many social scientists, psychologists have been studying it. What might be happening now is that it's making it worse by the internet. And again, Matteo also made this point, which is the fact that it's very easy to find data that confirms our biases. We can just go online, and we find on Google or wherever it is exactly what confirms what we thought about or what we already believe, or my former conclusions, right? My already adopted opinion, and then I use the data to confirm it and not to really counter it. So the fact that it's very easy to get information, it's very easy to meet people that think the same way as you do, it's very easy to find your group, even if it's a very small group or niche on social media, just creates a situation in which you feel validated even more. So that's a little bit the idea. And of course now we have a lot of data on how people behave online, and this can be monetized. So I'll just a second. Very multi-scale pieces. Typically it works, the longer people spend on social media, the better it works. But the thing is that there's a lot of our behavior that is already explained and predicted, and this can be monetized. So this adds to the idea of perfect storm, okay? So people are online, people share their opinions, it's easy to find people that believe the same thing you do, and it's easy to find information that confirms your opinion, and it creates kind of like information bubbles. And this can, because it can be monetized, because people can make a lot of money out of it online, it really gets an incentive to create more disinformation, not only for political reasons, because you have a political agenda, but just because you want to make money. This is a clickbait phenomenon that always happens. In this paper, they made the government of science 4 years ago now, it really compared how political disinformation in this case spread online on Twitter. And they have a data set of true news and a data set of fake news that had been fact-checked by others. And what we saw was that really the falsehood spread much more than the real news. They also found that the bots of these bot accounts, these ultimate accounts that are controlled by, like you can have like thousands of accounts controlled by one person, or they are very automated, so they are not real people, is that they kind of like accelerated the spread of this true and false news, but they did it at the same rate. Okay? So it's as if the bots could not tell which news was true or false. They would just like retweet, right? But they could not distinguish, so they could not share them more. The ones that would share them more were humans. So we thought that this was interesting because it's something there's something very human about spreading misinformation. And this is something else that they found, was that when they compared the replies to these news, the content of the replies, of the comments, was the more surprising and disgusting they were, the more, so green is for true and red is for fake news, but the more surprising and disgusting they were, the more people have more comments, and the more this gap was. So the more people shared fake news, if they were very surprising or disgusting. Then the first impact is like, okay, that makes sense, right? It's very shocking, so people share it more. But if you take a step back, it's actually very counterintuitive. Because if it's very surprising, very disgusting, very shocking, people should share it less, because we should have a switch in our brain saying, this is so weird, it can't be true. It's too surprising, it's too disgusting, right? Maybe it's not true. But apparently we don't. We don't have this switch in our brain that if it's very surprising, maybe we should believe it. We just share it and are happy for it. Okay, so why is that? Like, why do we humans believe in this information? There can be many hypotheses. We're just going to be working on them today. So maybe it's because we're too trusting. We just believe everything that we see. Or maybe it's because thinking, like having this switch, or like this makes sense or not, is tiresome. And typically people are online, or they're on social media, late. They just put their kids to bed, they're tired, they work the entire day. They do not want their brain to be working. Like they definitely just want to be not thinking. Okay? So it's tiresome, and you don't want to be on your working mode, attentive mode, which is sort of switch down your brain for a while. Okay? Or maybe it's because it's like the confirmation bias, because we believe in what we want to believe, or because we believe or we choose to believe, or our friends believe in. There's a big cost for being the one in our group that does not believe something, and having to argue against some of our friends who think that we're crazy, regardless of the side that we're taking. So it's much easier if you just blend into your community and just believe with what your community believes in. And of course, there are many other hypotheses, and of course, these are not mutually exclusive. But again, we have to think about them in terms of like our friends, and we have to look at them in terms of ourselves, if we are tired or not, and the type of fake news. So I might not be susceptible to health disinformation, but I might be very susceptible to celebrities. Like someone died, someone OD'd, someone divorced, and many of them are just this type. Okay? So again, what are fake news in the context that I'll be mentioning them here? So these are untrue information, and they can either be intentional, in the sense that they are fake, they were created, or they can be unintentionally and they're just false. In this context, I will not distinguish, and I'll give you an example of a false that I find very interesting. We care about these ones that people cannot misinterpret. Because it can be politics, but it can be, lots of them are health, and lots of them are just like this clickbait of like, right big time. People go and click, and because you click, you give money to someone. You don't necessarily, but advertise. Okay, so they can have different origins. Sometimes they are just a joke gone bad. Someone interpreted it as being true. Some of them are really, really intentional, and they can have like if there was a story of someone hacking through the White House, the US White House Twitter account, and they said, or the AP News actually, it was the Associated Press, and they just said like, oh, there was an attack on the White House, Obama is missing, okay? And until it was people said that it was true, right? It was debunked. The stock exchange just dropped spectacularly. So people were just like really selling stocks because they thought the U.S. economy was going to be trembling a lot. So the ones who bought the stocks when before it went back up were making a lot of money. Okay? And of course, this is nothing so it can be very consequential, but it's not new. There's a perfect storm created by the fact that you have the social media, by the fact that people are all connected, that you can monetize it, that there are all of these people doing it, but it's of course like these used to be covers of magazines. I don't know about but there were very similar ones in Portugal, like aliens and weird things like the bad child and things like that. It was just like they were. This one will have a political consequence in this situation. It's also first lady, but some of them were just like crazy, and then they would have these full stories, like coast-to-coast manhunts for cave boy captured just weeks ago, and then now the bad child escapes, and then it's just kind of like a full novel soap opera that keeps going on and on. Okay? And these ones could be very consequential. In this case, what I'm showing you here is the measles notification in the UK, and then the measles vaccine was introduced, and you have exodus. Very, very, very big drop. And then this is a Wakefield's paper connecting the MMR vaccine to autism, and then this time going back. So in this case, I'm not going to claim whether this paper whether this is false, but it was definitely a false piece of information that was published and it's been having serious consequences. So this is our framework. We have these different natures, different intentions, and they are not new. They're very big news. People have different susceptibilities. Maybe I'm more susceptible when it's 10 p.m. and I'm tired than when it's 9 a.m. and I'm still more or less functional. We believe that this has something to do with these cognitive biases and our preference for the emotional that I'll describe in a second. And then different contexts, different times, different bubbles, different algorithms, different profiling, all of that is going to influence whether or not we're going to be exposed and whether or not we're going to try to do business in a multidisciplinary approach. So let's start now with our framework. So how do we do this? This is an example of a tweet that was very widely shared in the early, so this is February 2020, before the pandemic was declared a pandemic, when the first cases of COVID were appearing around. And what this person did was that she went to her cupboard, to her pantry, and she figured out that her bleach that had been sitting on her pantry for 6 months, okay, said that it was effective against cold viruses and coronaviruses and other viruses. And this was very weird to this woman. This was not a single example. There were several of these, right? So they had never heard about coronaviruses. So they assumed they didn't exist. And people said it was a new virus, a new coronavirus. Right? So what they say is that, so it's been around. How did they know about a virus we knew nothing about? Okay? And then the jump is, this is definitely a government conspiracy. Because the Lysol was a famous bleach brand. This is a proof that the government knew in advance about coronavirus. Coronavirus is nothing new. Okay? And of course, most people know, or some people who work on this know, that yes, coronaviruses are family of viruses and they are not new. They've been evolving with us for some 1,000 years now. But this specific variant was new. But this woman who posted it and the other one who commented and shared and all of these other people also realized the same thing and also jumped to conspiracy, either government or brands or pharmaceutical or something. They could have just went on Wikipedia. They could just went on Wikipedia and looking for coronaviruses, and they would realize that they are nothing new indeed, right? That they have existed. But for you to do that, you have to realize that you don't know. You have to realize that you don't understand, and you don't know enough about coronaviruses, and maybe because we knew nothing about it, and maybe others knew about it. And if you go and look for information, you will get it. But even the step of looking for information is a step that is not obvious, because you have to realize that you don't know. So, let's say that you have, and this is the model is called perfect metacognition, which is you perfectly know how much you know. Okay, so this is how much you know, and this is how much you think you know, and there should be kind of like a linear relationship between how much you know and how much you think you know. And then I don't know how many of you have heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect, but basically Dunning-Kruger, with some experiments, they have shown that it's kind of like, it's not like that. People tend to think that they know, so their confidence on how much they know is pretty flat. It grows a little bit with how much you know, but not very much. So actually sometimes it's almost horizontal, this line. Which means that there is a big gap between how much you know, right, which is this orange line, and how much you think you know, which would be the purple line. And to this gap, we typically call overconfidence. So you actually think that you know more than you do. And what Dunning-Kruger have shown, and this is from the original Dunning-Kruger paper, this is the actual test score, and this is your perceived ability, is that you have a big gap in the bottom quartile. So the people that know the least are the ones that comparatively or proportionally think that they know the most. Okay? So this is a gap in confidence. And one of the things that we hypothesize is that it's in these people, the ones who think they know more than they actually do, much more than they actually do, these would be the ones most susceptible to believing misinformation and sharing fake news. These would be the people. Okay? So they know very little, they overestimate how much they know, so then they are susceptible to this misinformation. Now what we did is that we came up with a different way of looking at confidence. So typically confidence in the Dunning-Kruger way is measured in a direct way. You ask people how much do you know, and because there are many reasons for people to say how much do they know, typically this is also done in a comparative way, so how much do you know compared to your peers, and whom your peers are comparing, or whom you think your peers are comparing. So we wanted to have an indirect metric of confidence, and it's very simple conceptually. So basically if you have any sort of true, false, don't know questionnaire, and here I'm only going to be talking about science questionnaires. So let's say, does the Earth revolve around the sun? True, false, don't know. Okay? So what we found was, if you know, you should always get the correct answer. If you don't know, okay, you should say I don't know. But if you think you do, but you don't, you'll get a false, and you'll get an incorrect answer. And if you get an incorrect answer, we can think about these incorrect answers as this confidence gap. So we're not asking you directly how much you know, we're testing it. This is how it looks like. Okay? So let's say that I add for every percentage of correct answers, you can get 0% the correct answer. So all of your answers were either incorrect or don't know. Okay? And if you're answering randomly, you have the same probability of incorrect or don't know. And if you have 9 out of 10 answers that are correct, you have one answer that is either incorrect or don't know, it still looks the same, right? But you can either have a 50% chance of it being incorrect or of it being don't know. So we can look at all of these questions and plot and see how it looks like. So if people are answering randomly, it should be like this. For every percentage of correct answers, I should have the same probability of don't know or incorrect. For perfect metacognition, I will never have any incorrect. I will only have don't know. People will just say either they know, and then they have correct answers for an answer like this, or they don't know, and I will only have green. And according to the Dunning-Kruger effect, I should have more incorrect for the lower knowledge peaks, so the people that know the least, the ones that got on the left side of before, and then the people will be better at adjusting, so they'll be better at knowing how much they knew, so I will have more knowns proportional in the end. So this is the work of 3 postdocs in the group, Federico, Simona, and Cristina. So Federico is a physicist by training, Simona is a neuroscientist, and Cristina is a psychologist, together with a professor of psychology. And what we're asking is, how does confidence vary with scientific knowledge? And what they did, then I'm going to show you some results. What they did was that they looked at almost 100,000 different surveys from the Eurobarometer, the GSS, and the Pew Research Center. So these are in pretty much all of European countries, and these are based in the United States. They have different knowledge questions, okay? And typically this true, false, don't know, or they have 3 options and then also a don't know option or not sure option. That is the one that we have. So then we can plot exactly what I was showing. So again, orange is the number of questions that are correct. So they go like this, okay, the number of correct answers. And here, I just removed these orange questions to project exactly the way I was showing you before. The incorrect in purple and the don't knows in green. Okay? We can just focus on this one out of 3 different ones. And again, if you remember, from the metacognition, I should have no incorrect whatsoever. From the Dunning-Kruger effect, I should have more incorrect in the beginning than in the end. And what we see is actually kind of like a unicorn. So it becomes published. And how do we interpret this? Especially if we look at the people who, at least if mostly don't know answers, I think it's
recording in progress.
So the ones that are, what we find is that actually we see this inverted U-curve pretty much in all our data sets, and when we interpret this is that actually people are much more likely to say don't know when they know very little, and when they know a lot, so it comes back down, this proportion. And people are much more likely to say incorrect. You might have this. People are much more likely to say incorrect for intermediate levels of knowledge, to give incorrect answers. So it's as if the ones that have the biggest gap between how much they know and how much they think they know are not the ones that know very little, and are definitely not the ones that know a lot, are the ones who know a bit. And so they know something. They're not completely ignorant, but they just overestimate very much how much they know. Okay? So I find that this confidence gap is higher at the intermediate levels of knowledge and not those that know really. Okay? So this can be specific to different things, can be our measure, it can be science related, it can be specific to non-controversial social issues, because these are things like boiling milk, radioactive milk makes it non-radioactive. Yes, true, false, don't know. So we repeated this analysis for so this is kind of like, we repeated this analysis in many different ways. This is the control where we simulated how the fake agents should function if they guess, because if they guess they have a higher probability of getting it right. So we could shift our data to the right. We repeated it with a news survey where we compared different confidence metrics, including the classic Dunning-Kruger metric. We repeated data from other papers that have been published doing this sort of questions and different confidence metrics, and we keep seeing the same. And so what do we think is going on compared to Dunning-Kruger effect? And I'm sorry, I'm going very fast, and we'll have time to stop. What do we think is going on? Why is it that Dunning-Kruger saw that the biggest gap were in the people that know very, very little, and we think that the biggest confidence gap is in the people that are in these intermediate levels of knowledge. They're not completely ignorant. And we think it's just the way we're aggregating data. So if you remember the way that Dunning-Kruger showed it, they organize it by importance. So they just group a lot of people together. And in fact, this is our data, then maybe we can just focus on this one, which is called Roundtable, which is the biggest data set. What we see is that if we plot the entire data, we see this gap. If we see this curve over here, but actually, if we organize it the same way like the Dunning-Kruger effect, so if we organize it in quartiles, we no longer see this U-curve. We see flat curves that can be more or less pronounced and more or less growing. Why? Because there are not that many people here. So if you group them all, you have a lot of, so the first quartile includes people who got 0 correct answers, 1 correct answer, 2 correct answers, 3 correct answers, and 4 correct answers. So we already have a big range of people. 4 out of 12 it's a third, right? So we already have a lot of people here. A big diversity here of people that are grouping it all together so that you get to the first 25%. And then sometimes the mid quartiles, they have a lot of people, but there's not that much diversity between them. So they're very similar in terms of how much they know. So we think that the way that we plot this data like this, without looking at the full distribution, just grouping it in quartiles, is really hiding a lot of diversity. So here it looks like these people know or know much less than these ones because they're in the bottom quartile, but actually maybe they don't. And if you look at the entire distribution, you see this very strong gap of like the overconfidence one growing very, very fast. So these people are not overconfident, these people are very overconfident, and this is so fast that you hide it when you just average all of these. Okay. And this has implications for attitudes towards science, and this is something that I would really like to show to this audience. So what we did was that the Eurobarometer and many of these other surveys, instead of just having these knowledge questions, we also have attitudes towards science questions. So questions such as, we depend too much on science in order to faith, or because of their knowledge, scientific researchers have a power that makes them dangerous. Okay? So what we're plotting here is the percentage of people that agree with the sentences, which is in purple, who disagree in orange, or don't know in green. This will give you more or less the same color code as before. And what you see is that the percentage of people that agree with the sentences, okay, that agree that because of their knowledge, scientific researchers have a power that makes them dangerous, are also in these intermediate levels of knowledge. People who know very little or know a lot are less likely to agree with this than people that know a bit. There are cases. And we see it systematically. We call this paper, in the review now, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Right? It's not just that we're giving a little knowledge, and this is kind of like bringing people talking now about the value of science. So we have this non-linear relationship between confidence and knowledge. That it doesn't go like this. It makes this little quadratic curve. So accuracy, the difference between how much you know and how much you think you know, is lower for intermediate knowledge means, and much more low knowledge means. And this is hidden. This is unless you look at the distribution, kind of like you hide everyone that is in the left, the diversity that is in the people that move in the middle, and just both them all together, and you can see it. So at least in the case of scientific knowledge, we will think that a little knowledge is worse than very little knowledge. This has important implications, I think, for what we try to do as science communicators or scientists that communicate, or science communicators, especially for citizen science. Because it has implications for public attitudes for science. So the question here is it possible, okay, that what we've been trying to do in science communication is to bring people from very little knowledge to some knowledge? We don't think that we're going to make them experts, right? Like we're far from that. But we think that we're bringing them from very, very little to some knowledge. And we've been taught, at least we scientists trying to do science communication, we've been taught that we have to simplify it. So to dumb it down, right? Like to make everyone understand it. And we have to do it as much as possible. And in the end, we want people to feel happy. So we want people to feel like they understood. So maybe one thing that we are doing is that we're giving the illusion of knowledge. We're helping people go from here to here, which is great, and we have to keep doing it. But we are not adjusting the confidence, right? Like people go from here to here in terms of knowledge, but they go from here to here in terms of confidence. So they overestimate how much they know, not just because of the work that we do as science communication and outreach, but in schools and everywhere. So lots of people, when we control for education, we see that people in intermediate knowledge level, education levels, are the ones that fall here and are more likely to do this. Right? So how we communicate what we do and the difficulty levels and conveying humility and how much doesn't work, I think it's something that we really have to work on. So we need to do, of course, public discussion and education, but we need to learn how to balance the knowledge that we transmit within the community. This is just an idea for how we deal with this. We cannot, of course, keep the population ignorant, but we have to do this better. So just some ideas on how this could be done. So Finland works with for very small children on this, trying to figure out what is true and what is not. And they also have some very strong examples of how they use their identity, the Finnish identity, that is directly rooted in human rights and rule of law, to help them fight. So it's like this emotional part of belonging to a community, rooting yourself in a community that does not belong in this, believe in this information, and being very proud of it. This is something that my research group did quite some time ago. In 2019, when we curated a series of articles, we edited a series of articles for one of the main newspapers in Portugal on understanding digital data and the risks. Some of them are specific to health, they don't make different cases. We were talking about that, really understanding how we're being more susceptible to things like this, and the type of information that we share online, and the type of information that we get online. And then there are these very simple guides to spotting fake news, and I like this one particularly because it has a lot of understanding our own biases. Right? Like if it makes you feel bad, if it evokes some sort of emotion, we have to be particularly careful, because if it pushes our buttons, then it's better. Or if it's a show, if it's too wacky, it might be satire. And then looking at sources and all of these rational things that one can do, consult experts. But it has a lot of me understanding that I'm biased, and me understanding that if I tend to believe it and feel it elicits some sort of emotion or shock that confirms my biases because it's my party or because it's something like this, they might be fake. So I think I stayed within my 45 minutes, and I'll be very happy to take questions if there are. Or comments.
Okay. You hear me? Yeah. Okay, so now we have almost half an hour. So we have some, now we have some questions. In the slide, I will have some of them too, so no problem about that. So, but if you want to add some questions, you can do it, and I will read it. So first, let's see. For example, just beginning, for example, with Joanna. I think it's more for Joanna. For example, Paolo says, users on social media differ from one platform to another. Could you elaborate further the relationship between the channel used to share the data and openness?
I don't think I understood the question. Between the platform and openness?
Yeah, I don't understand very much the openness, but I think he refers to the kind of how do the fake news share and how the people receive the information between the platforms, if there are special difference between them, if they are more, there is more, we can trust more on one platform or another.
Okay, so...
Sorry, I think here is Paolo. Yeah, maybe, yeah. The question was for Matteo. Okay. So, Matteo, did you understand the question?
No, exactly.
Maybe we can, Joanna, maybe we can use the microphone.
Hello. So my question was related to the groups, the Facebook groups were sharing the data about the climate change at local level, and it comes to my mind that Facebook users tend to have some specific social demographic features. They tend to be older. So what about the openness if we are talking about boomers that are sharing those data and we are missing the others? So I was thinking about it, and if you could elaborate a little bit on this, would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I just show Facebook because was at that time the only platform where you can just get some data about sharing, simply searching for the keyword local climate change, and the results are quite fast to receive, because Twitter you have to apply for an academic program in order to access the data. And we tried to do that, but was too late. So once they gave us the permission to get the data, okay, the thing was too late. And then we also made a campaign, a very funny campaign. Later, if you wish, I can send you on Instagram, because we started tagging on Instagram all the people related to places, famous people, for instance, Arnold Schwarzenegger, which is was the California governor, and he's Austrian, is an Austrian origin. Or how is called the one? George Clooney, asking them, hey, what is the climate like in Como Lake? Because George Clooney is usually as a big villa on the Como Lake in Italy, or as well, and we also tagged all the presidents, European president like Viktor Orban, telling, hey, Viktor, how is the climate in your city? Because Hungary is one of the, but obviously nobody reacted to that. But we tried different platforms, but Facebook was the only one we were able to collect the sharing compared to Instagram and Twitter. And yes, it wasn't a scientific approach, so we didn't plan it to make further analysis, just to spread the voice, finding how to say, a smart way to spread the project on one side and also spread the voice among communities. And then, yes, we can reflect. Probably, I have no data to tell that, but my perception is that boomers are the most social, let's say, segment that tend to negate the climate compared to young people. So probably are the one we should, in a way, dedicate our effort. But yes, I just show Facebook because it was the easiest way.
Okay. now this is for Joanna, for sure. Based on your data analysis, people who know the most mistrust science much more than people who know the least. How do you explain this?
Well, no, I wasn't clear. People who know some mistrust science.
Yeah, people who know the most mistrust science.
I can clarify.
Okay.
People who distrust science the most are people in the middle.
Yeah.
I know. But you show both extremes, and people who know the most still distrust science more than people who know the least. And this is a bit counterintuitive. So that's so if they keep going farther and farther, they keep this. Okay, it's worse to be in the middle, but it's also not so good to be like
In the other extreme.
yes. So what do we know? We would be casting like this is a very big like reason for people who don't want people to be educated, because actually then we would trust just science and we would just do everything like.
Yeah. Maybe we. Well, Joanna, please.
I think I understood. Yeah. So I think I heard it. So I do not think that the goal of science communication or of scientists would be for people to blindly trust science. So I see a bit of a healthy distrust. I think it's very good. I think it keeps us within important borders. So I don't think it should be a game. I don't think we should aim at this full trust in science, right? I think that we should aim for knowledge and trust that is seasoned by that knowledge. Okay? So it's a completely different thing to say, okay, I think that scientists have a power that makes them dangerous, or that they really make our lives much more comfortable, because we understand that there are valences of science that might not be positive, especially science applications, and that we might not want, and we might not want to have them, then just being kind of like ignorant about it, but still having a very strong emotional stance on a subject that we know very little about, right? So there are some questions that are very interesting. Like if I were asked, as a scientist, things such as should we, if I'm asked, how much do I know about some subject? Okay, let's say, how much do you know about misinformation? I would not place myself as an expert, right? Because I'm not. So I'll probably put myself in a bin of maybe like, I don't know, 8 or 7 out of 10. Okay, and then I'll answer a lot of questions about misinformation. I'll probably get them all right, because when I think about where I put myself, I think about the experts. I compare myself to another peer group. And but of course, if I have to think about in terms of percentage in the entire population, maybe I should place myself higher. So then you have kind of like these weird gaps for the people who know a lot. But I think they're kind of, if you think about it, they make sense. It's difficult for someone if you know how much you don't know. Then you kind of like end up underestimating how much you know when you're compared to the general population. And for confidence is the same. I don't think we should aim for full trust. I think it's good that people that know a lot don't fully trust science, or scientists are going to have this blind confidence. I think it's good that we season it with understanding the risks as well, which is now part of understanding very well what's going on. I'm not sure if I understood that it's true, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong.
I think it's understood, yeah. Now for Matteo, Michele Catanzaro, you have mentioned that your projects have triggered 10 or 100 stories in the media. What kind of stories were they? On global figures, on local stories? I guess, how did they use the data?
In different ways, because some of them, in general, the idea is, again, as I show in the chart, in this diagram before, it's providing data to enable other people to create new contents. So, for instance, some national newspapers talking about the climate change use the data for make further analysis talking about the climate. For instance, if the newspaper is from the north part of Italy, they talk about the north, or talking about specific event that happened during the year. So using the data we provide and we make accessible to narrate stories. And it happened, the one about mapping diversity 2 months ago, so 1 year and a half after the project publication, other people started creating new article asking for the municipality of Alessandria to open or to dedicate a new squares to a certain person, which was a woman, because data says that blah, 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 blah. So one thing is, okay, some articles were just not promotion, but in a way communicating that there's a new project made. Others are indeed generated by the data itself that finally are accessible and explained to people that not necessarily as to have competencies, specific competencies on data.
I have another question about the style, because I always have some doubts about immersive journalism, more or less, because sometimes they use like a bit of different tools, like they embedded videos, audios, maps, and sometimes it's like very impressive, but I don't know how these news are then consumed. I don't know if people get a little bit lost when they scroll. And I've seen that your projects are kind of simplistic. They are like more clear. I don't know if this is something that you have thought about it, if you think that there are different ways of doing it.
Yeah, and as designer, we also tested some of them, but obviously even when you test with the real users, you have some bias in which way you select the users, how familiar are with the design thing, because probably testing with my mother is different than testing with my students. And we try to combine all of this, producing a sort of heterogeneous sample of people. And what we came up, but probably there's not a golden rule, because the things changes, technology changes, social model and behavior online changes, so it's very hard to define what is work now, maybe work for the next year, and is really working now the things, what is about it works or not. But we tried to, for instance, in the beginning, in other projects, we really relied on storytelling, but then we realized the constriction you were highlighting. So in storytelling, you scroll, but you have the perception that you cannot scroll as much as you want. For instance, the first thing readers online do is scrolling the whole text, understanding, okay, this is very long or short, and then if it's not so long, probably I will read it. In storytelling, you cannot do that, and it's a sort of constriction. At the same time, it forces you, let's say, in a positive way, to focus on single content. So we came up with this hybrid model where probably some parts are forced by storytelling and the rest is free. So the storytelling part is not on the whole body of the news, but just on some part that for us is important to focus. But for sure, it's something that we would like to test more, because I think you are completely right.
Okay, so for Joanna, Karel de Burg, we hear a lot about confirmation bias. What are other relevant cognitive biases to disinformation spread and polarization? Also, how to identify our own biases?
So the question is if I can give examples of other biases, right?
If you, other kind of biases, and how to identify our own biases. How do you realize about that?
So there are several. So for example, learning group effect is another one. That is in a cognitive bias, which is not exactly confirmation. It's like this relationship between how much you know and how much you're thinking. But there are things like, for instance, the fact that we tend to believe more in our friends than in the experts, or that we tend to believe things that we researched maybe that we don't know more than things that we did not. And so there are many different ways in which our behavior or cognition can fool us. These ones related with friends or with our bubble, which again makes sense, right? Like, why should I believe a scientist that I saw on TV once more than the priest who, like, whether my parents and has been like, I know is a good person and has been working with me my entire life, right? Why should I believe this random teacher more than I believe my entire community, my entire family? That there's not a lot of rationality behind it. That we should expect people to just adjust their beliefs because they heard new information from someone that they might not trust or they might not know so well. So the fact that we know that people tend to believe more what their friends say than the experts, for instance, is also it's considered a cognitive bias, but not one that we can just see. We can rationally try to justify. So the help is that we are better at identifying it in others. So if we can be good at pointing it out on other people and saying, oh look, that doesn't make sense or something like that, and we have to learn how to do this in a way that is not offensive, and I don't know calling people stupid because then they shut down as well. But I think we're just better at doing it for others. And then I think that there is an important role for technology here, for the platforms that I would like to also put it out there. I think there's a very important role for the platforms because what we see depends not only on what we want to see, but also on what the algorithm wants us to see. And we have very little control over that. So if we have to make the platforms accountable, and when I say the platforms, one of the projects, here we're talking about social media, but one of the projects that we have ongoing is when we look at search engines. So the probability that search engines show us more misinformation or guide us more to lower regulated content based on our history of browsing, that can also create an information bubble that we don't discuss often. How is it that the fact that I look at lower credibility content, even if it's not this misinformation, like things like, I don't know, like this news where the man comes home, finds wife in bed with lover, kills them all. Right? Just the fact that I see more of this, does it make me more likely to continue being recommended low, what we call it low information content, or even misinformation? Because sometimes the websites are the same. And all of these things, that they are very out of our reach in a way. So we have to control the platform, we have to have legislation for that, and we have to be better at pointing it out to each other. And if I could just add something to what Matteo was saying, because of this is a question that I have actually. So we do know that the age is a factor. So that the baby boomers, they tend to trust more misinformation, or share more fake news than the millennials, for instance. But one thing that we also see is that millennials tend to, and even younger, it's not that they're better at discriminating. They don't have necessarily better accuracy. What they do is that they distrust everything. So they distrust true news and fake news almost equally, whereas the boomers, they trust fake news and real news almost equally. So in terms of accuracy, so what we have in the numerator and the denominator, they're pretty similar. It's just that one choose to trust everything and the others choose not to trust anything, choose to distrust everything, right? So one question that I had was also about like how we target these different age groups. And the other one, if I may, is that our people that know a little is the majority of the population. The majority of the population is in this intermediate knowledge levels that I was trying to show that in the histogram. So we have a lot of people there. They are not completely ignorant. We cannot treat them as you have no idea. They read. They have vocabulary. They know what they're talking about. Most anti-vaxxers fall here. They're not completely ignorant. They have college degrees. And that's what we know about the demographic of anti-vaxxers. They have college degrees. Maybe they're college degrees in philosophy and political science and not in medicine, but they have college degrees. They know a little. They can understand things that they read online. But they really overestimate how much they know. So how we target these specific groups of people that know some, if I may ask questions.
I have another question for you. Regarding your data, I don't know how do you interpret the consequences, because you say that the Dunning-Kruger effect is like the most ignorant have the biggest gap, no, in confidence. But the fact that those in the middle, it has, I think that it has like a two-way interpretation, because maybe they can merit or deserve more attention from people, no, that completely ignorant, but also they have a little more information. So how do you interpret these results in terms of the consequences?
Well, so one of the large consequences is that they are the majority of the population.
Okay.
So they are a lot. So that's important. In this camp. The other thing, and I think it's that somehow we've been dumbing it down too much. And I also think that in terms of citizen science, this is important. Because if we give tasks to the citizens that are comparatively very simple compared to what the scientists, not citizen scientists, are if we try to explain the processes in a way that's again very simplistic, so I think citizen science can have two important roles here. One is understanding how much it affects, right, like the process and how much the difficulties inherent to the scientific process, which is interesting, right, and also bringing the community to doing science. But it's very difficult, I think, to fine-tune it. Because if we are giving to the population this illusion of knowledge, or that they understand, or that they are scientists, right? We are pushing people to, like, again, we move them a little bit in the knowledge scale, but we might move them way too much in the overconfidence scale, in the populism, right? So we create these gaps. And this is not just for citizen science, I think it's for science communication in general, and for what we do as scientists, for what journalists do. Because it's what we are told. We are told to make it very simple, to explain it in the most clear terms, to forget everything that might be complex or that people might not understand. This is what we are told. Ignore the complexity, ignore the details, ignore all the things that make it particularly hard. And so if we give the illusion that everyone can do it, right? Or that anyone can do it now, not who do it if they want, but that people can do it, I think there's a negative side to it that I don't think we've been considering. And it's something that I wish we could have more research on. And so what is, I think we need to put a lot more science into science communication and outreach. We need to study the effects of what we do, the way we communicate, the way we are doing it, and understanding what negative effects can be brought about by something that we do with the best intentions and in the best way possible. So that I think there are very serious consequences. We have to keep moving towards the right side of the scale for knowledge, right? We have to keep increasing the knowledge of everyone. But how do we prevent the overconfidence from going too fast? That's the really important question that we're researching. I don't know what to say, but most people are going to be there. Politicians are going to be there.
Thank you. So,
Can
yeah.
Mateo answer the question from Joanna? Because Joanna before asked the question to Mateo about how to target the people on the middle range.
Okay. So,
I don't know. It's not my job. I hope scientists do better than me. But no, jokes apart, I'm a huge fan of Bruno Latour. He's the French sociologist. And I believe certain things on complexity needs, or better, to recap what I'm reading a text from Bruno Latour. It's called Drawing Together, and it's about this individual perception, global perception, scientific contents compared to experiences. And one of the common traits in all the Latour work is that everything can be contested. So one of his famous works is about from a matter of facts to matter of concern. So if you look on the long term, for instance, concept that appears impossible to negate, a fact like the concept of family. Nowadays, it's under a lot of debate because even the concept of family is changing. So I think everything needs to be contested, even scientific content. So we have to deal with it. Sorry, there's no way. Probably we have to pass by this thing, and in order to, it would be very nice if, in a more analytical way, we would able to understand our own bias, for instance. It's very fascinating, but if everybody is aware that as a personal bias, probably we would be in another condition, but it seems that humans in general are animal, and as many animals, sometimes the body and the emotion wins over the more analytical thoughts. So I believe we cannot find ways, or better, we have to let all this mess happen, and then let's see how to survive later. So that's complexity, because we cannot deal with complexity. This is my personal opinion, obviously, but I think our brain is so, so limited compared to the complex world where we live in. So we have to accept this in a way. We can try, for sure. I'm not just telling, or there's no hope. But I will say we can try and see what happens. But I'm not a scientist, so please don't trust on me.
Another question for you that many people have. But
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And
Okay.
I have
Okay. Yes. It's like okay, your project.
don't use the mic.
Ah, sorry.
It's a private question.
Yeah, just for you. Your projects are great, they are beautiful, but they are time-consuming, they are, I assume, expensive. So how do you afford this? Where do you get the funds to put your projects on?
I came from a very rich family. No, I'm joking.
Okay, next question.
No, I'm joking. But let's say we don't have a real business model in our studio, but we have this agreement among the partners. So, first of all, we have let's say, an ethical manifesto. So we have a certain constraints in which we decide to accept or not a work. Then, if the work is okay, there are two main, let's say, factors. One is high profitability or high visibility. Obviously, you cannot pay your rent with visibility, but it's also true that visibility let you become more or positioning in a different way and getting more works that probably are well paid. So, for instance, the first two projects, climate change and mapping diversity, were financed by the European Data Journalist Network, which is financed by, it's a European project. And very transparently, I can say the climate change was paid 3,500 euro, and mapping diversity, it's about 5,000 euro. Nothing special. I would say even low if you compare the number of professionals that worked on that project and also the time that those professionals dedicated to that. But it's also true that these two projects were protagonists in many, like today, many other European-wide conferences, and gave us a lot of visibility and brought us other works that were well paid. So I think at least the magic formula for our studio, which is also very small, this is another factor that allows us to do that. Otherwise, if we would be in 30 person, probably we cannot afford such projects. But yes, we try to deal with well-paid projects that anyway has an ethical value or a social value, not just making greenwashing project. And other times we tried also to do something also pro bono without any budget, because we think if you have to design digital commons, you cannot make, not money, but yes, it's something more. It's something that you would like to return to the whole community for the benefit of it.
Okay, thank you. And I think the last one for Joanna, a general one I have from since very long time ago. It's like, what is the consequences in about fake news of the new channels, social media, and so on? Because we are always hearing that this is like the devil, but you said that fake news are not new. We were talking before that Berlusconi was the president of Italy for 17 years, mainly because of TV, perhaps. And there are some studies that would say that the difference of the consequences are not so great, that fake news already existed before and they were just spreading through traditional media. Now the difference is that we have more channels and more ways to study it. I don't know what do you think about that, or if we have already data saying us what is the real truth?
Thank you so much. And thank you, since this is going to be a broadcast intervention, I really want to thank you for the invitation, for participating in this discussion. So first I should say that we do not study fake news. For example, we use fake news to study human biases. What we care about is these things that I was showing about the differences in confidence and why is it that people believe some things and not. We use it as a model system, it's our fine. We don't really study this information. So what we know is that we call it a macroscope. Okay, so what we call the macroscope, the same way that we have a microscope to look at cells or a telescope to look at stars, what we call the macroscope is this mix of both a lot of data and human data, and the tools to study it. So the mathematical models, machine learning, these sorts of things. Right? That it allows us to study the data. So what happens with the microscope is that now we're looking at people instead of looking at cells. We're looking at people doing what is it that they do in their day-to-day lives, and not necessarily what they say they do or when they are answering surveys. So they have this tool, and I agree with you that what we have now, in a sense, is a way of seeing it better. So this tool that we call the microscope, I think about it as a magnifying glass. It just makes things, it magnifies everything. It magnifies the problem, it increases the scale, but also allows us to see it better and to study it better in a way that we didn't see it before. So this information is nothing new. And again, we have records of it since there's humanity, people lying for their own purposes. What changes is the scale. It's much easier now to reach someone which is across the world. So Berlusconi's big problem as television is, it's still local, but it's still typically for that country. It's no longer the case for the internet. And even for television, for quite some time, people had a few channels. So at least there was some common language. Everyone was seeing the same thing. Now, because of the algorithms and the way they're optimized and personalized for you to see exactly what is based on your profile, it's very difficult to find common languages as well, or even to identify them, because we don't know what other people are seeing. One of the projects that we are developing is trying to do searches in someone else's shoes. So you select, let's say that instead of doing your Google search as you could do your Google search as a 6-year-old Republican man from Texas. Okay? How different would your search results be if you could search as being someone you're not? Or how could you interact with social network platforms if you were someone else? If you were a very young girl who wants to be an influencer on YouTube, right? How is it that this changes what you see? It's very personalized. So it's really, I agree that in terms of basic principles, it's the same, but in terms of scale, it's not. And I think we're still learning the impact that these things are going to have. And I'm not talking political necessarily, what's the impact on elections, or I think that's still up for discussion, a lot of it. But I'm talking about the impact in how we choose to live, how we choose our communities, how we focus, how we grow our bubbles, how we develop as people that think and interact with the world. Those are things that I don't have an answer to, but my simple answer is that yes, I think they're going to influence on us.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think it's time for coffee. Thank you very much, Matteo and Joanna. We should move on, no?
The coffee breaks will be just in the main corridor. We have half an hour, so enjoy and be happy to
Yeah, yes, thank you. I think we can start so we don't get over time. So thank you so much. I hope you had coffee and food and lots of chatting and all of that. And we go now to the second part of this morning, which is a roundtable. Unfortunately, as you see, we have 3 people and not 4 because the 4th person is sick, so she couldn't fly from Italy. And but I think we have a lot of food for thought. We will have a lot of food for thought and things we can discuss. Again, please use the Slido if you feel like, and I'm saying that also for the people who are following in streaming, of course, to use the number and put on the questions. Of course, we will have an hour now to discuss with these people about project, and you see we will focus a lot on the way data can be used, but also the way we can actually involve and engage with different type of public. So again, I will just repeat my name mainly for the sake of the people who might be tuning in streaming now, which is, I'm Elisabetta Tola, I'm an Italian science and data journalist. And I'm very, very happy to have here today Jacopo Ottaviani, Karma Peiro, and Christoph Reich. Is that right? I was asking for all the correct pronunciation to all of them. So I will tell you more about each one of them, and without further ado, they will have 5 minutes more or less to introduce their project, so to tell us a little bit what they work on, and then we will start the conversation. Again, you can use the Slido, but for the people in the room, of course, raise your hands. It's also the old way, it's still absolutely a good way to interact. So Jacopo, first of all, Jacopo is a computer scientist, a senior strategist who works as a chief data officer for Code for Africa. He is being an ICFJ Knight Fellow, and he has shaped teams, designed programs supported by many different organizations. He has a mix of technical skills. You see that from the project he's presenting, computer scientist and data journalist. And the project we have picked for the discussion today is called Mapping Makoko, and I leave Jacopo to tell us a little bit more about it.
With pleasure. Thanks, Elisabetta. And hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm very honored to be part of this initiative today. So, yeah, I'm Jacopo Ottaviani. I work with Code for Africa, which is an initiative focusing on data journalism in Africa. I'm one of the few Europeans in the team. I mostly work on transnational projects. But today I'm here to talk about another project which was developed in Nigeria. So Nigeria, as you probably know, is one of the most populous countries in Africa, with more than 200 million people living in there. The project we made there is in Lagos, which is the most populous city in Africa, with more than 20 million people living in the same city. It's in fact called a mega city for this reason. So in a nutshell, the project we made in 2020 and 2021 is called Map Makoko. Makoko is a slum in Lagos. It's an informal settlement in Lagos where more than 300,000 people live, and in conditions of extreme poverty. This area is only 10 minutes away from the financial district in Lagos. So imagine having the city center, so to speak, where all the skyscrapers and the oil and gas offices are, and then 10 minutes away having 300,000 people living with no access to water, no electricity, in conditions of dire and extreme poverty. Problem is that we realized that this place was not on Google Maps. Basically, you could go on Makoko and you find, like we used to find, a blank spot. The community living in there was completely denied in terms of existence. Nobody wanted to recognize they were living there, even though they used to live there since the 60s. So more than 50 years, they've been living there. On top of that, this area is extremely expensive, meaning that the land if you look at the costs of the land, is rising because you have the financial district only 10 minutes away. So there was our assumption around the idea that they didn't want, I mean, the authorities didn't really want to, there was no interest in mapping these people because there were ideas of displacing them and clearing the land to build more skyscrapers. Okay, so that's when Code for Africa came in and put together this project called Map Makoko. We decided to not to map the Makoko area just from the top down, basically, just to go there, make the map go away. We didn't like that approach. We wanted to do a participative or a participatory mapping project. So we worked with the community in Makoko, and we trained a group of young people to fly drones and collect thousands and thousands of pictures of Makoko and then transform these maps into an open data map, which would be published on OpenStreetMap, which is like a free version of Google Maps for those who don't know it. The resulting output of this project is threefold, I would say. There are three main outputs. Number one, the open data map, which is now available online. And if you're interested in the data, I can give it to you. It's on OpenStreetMap. One of the links here, link to that. So number one, the map. You can find the map on OpenStreetMap with all the polygons and the kind of streets and the polygons you need to see how this place is structured. Number two, we trained this group of people who now know how to, first of all, fly a drone. Second, they know what a map is in terms of like geodata. They had a very, very basic idea of maps. They didn't have the digital kind of knowledge around mapping. So we transferred all this knowledge into the people. And number three, we made a campaign on the media. We cooperated with Nigerian media outlets like The Guardian Nigeria. And this is like the data journalism component of the project. This data journalism component of the project resulted in the publication of more than 10 stories, and this got the Sigma Awards in 2021, which is one of the most prestigious awards in data journalism. And it's also the first African project winning this award. And I can show you the kind of long form we put together, which was our, like the most important story. And it's the one published in Nigeria. After we published this, we also got a lot of interest from CNN Africa, BBC Africa, DevEx, which is a very important publication in the so-called development sector. It's this one. So those who are interested in knowing more about the so-called development sector, they would probably know DevEx. So we got the kind of coverage we wanted, both locally in Nigeria, working with Nigerian journalists, Nigerian photographers, and internationally working with global media. So this long form got the attention we wanted. Obviously, there are a lot of things that could be continued in this project, but this is something maybe we can discuss later, because I think I only have 5 minutes. So,
I think you're perfectly on time.
Okay, thank you then. And all the links are available. If you need them, I can give it to you.
Thank you, Jacopo. This is just really a quick introduction. It's just to have the first bit of information.
Okay.
Thank you. And the second person that I'm calling up is Karma Pero. She's a journalist and data activist specialized in information technology. She has worked in many different media. She was also executive editor of Nation Digital, which was I think still the leading digital news outlet in Catalan. And she's the co-founder and director of VIT, the Visualization for Transparency Foundation, which is, Karma will show us now, a foundation that is basically working a lot on the idea of transforming the reach of open data and work on transparency and accountability.
Thank you, Elisabetta. And thank you to NEWSERA to having me here again, because this is not the first event of a NEWSERA event, so thank you very much to to having us, Visualization for Transparency Foundation. We are really a new foundation because we have created in 2020, the pandemic year, at the end of the 2020. So we don't have too much works to show you, but some of them I would like to comment. So we are based in Girona because the other part of the staff of the team is in Girona, established, and here in Barcelona. Let me very quickly show you who we are. Okay, Shaquin and me, we are the co-founders. Most of you, maybe you know Shaquin because he is one of the best in interactive content and data journalism. He has worked for years in National Geographic, New York Times, The Guardian. So when he came to Girona, in this case, so we decided to create this foundation. And I want to also mention Anton Barrera because he is he's a teacher in University of Girona. He is part of our main board, also with Matt Osborne, etc. So let me show some of the projects that we have worked in these 2 years. This is one of the examples that we did in the pandemic moment. You have to think about the January 2021 when we had here in Spain to go every day and open an Excel file to see how it was the vaccination campaign in each community. So we thought that this was a complicated way to show all this data for the citizens, and we decided to create this interactive web page where with these clocks or alarms where you can see each part of Spain if they were on time or no, according with the promises that the leaders of the political responsibles had to announce to the citizens. So we can say here in each region how the data of the vaccination was in each community, and all of our projects are always open, so we just leave here all the code in the GitHub, and then this, you can see here the bold words or the numbers. Of course, this was an automation. It was we didn't change every day all this data. It was a creation to present in another way the official or the public data, because this is our aim as a foundation. So to find always ways to explain the open data to the citizens, to clarify in a very simple way what are the data telling us or saying, analyze, and then try to visualize in a way that is more easy for the citizens. So we work until now we have worked with international public administration and different media such as United Nations, also National Geographic, here Mobile World Capital and the Canadian Institute for Health Information, or the Catalan government in the Transparency and Open Data Department. So here is one of the examples that we released last September. And it talks about the air pollution in the world. And with all of this is a interactive web, where you can click in different part of this map, design a special map, and you can also interact by sources per sector, which impact has this in the population, which policy actions each country taking. Then you can also click here and put your country and see which data we have. Also by, in this case, the impact in health and in some diseases. You can see this data, etc. I would like to explain in more detail, but we don't have more.
We will go into detail
more
then
time.
later,
Okay,
yeah.
we will go in detail. And finally, this is another project that finally, if I can, Elisabetta,
one more, yes.
I would like to, for all of you that you are established in Barcelona, and you will be here, or you will be here this Friday and Saturday, BID Foundation and Mobile World Capital organized this Database for Society conference that is open. I invite you to attend, and you can see the agenda and the program. It will come people from United States, from Singapore, from Europe, talking about visualizing science for the public and also visualizing the news, people from Washington Post, New York Times, Straits Times, in case you are interested. So it's open and you can come. Thank you.
Thank you, Karma. We will go into the details in a minute, but Christoph Reisch is an associate professor at the Department of Media and Journalism Studies at the University of Aarhus in Denmark. He works in a lot of different projects, a member of the Center for Digital Transformation in Cities and Communities. Excuse me. And his recent research, which is the one we will focus on mainly today, has to do with the smartness to animate civic innovation in cities, so interfaces and infrastructures that can somehow engage with publics besides journalism. So the project is called InfraPublics, Infrastructure and Interfaces of Publics, Journalism for Civic Communication in Urban Spaces, and you have your time, Christoph.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to Joanna and Elisabetta for inviting me. The title of this project, I should say, I'm from journalism studies. So I'm at the end of the food chain of sense making. Because, and that is probably why I started thinking about this project. I was no longer so happy just to reflect on what is it that we are studying, that journalists have studied about society, that, again, people about society have studied. So could we maybe become a little bit more active in the actual design of the interfaces and infrastructures that audiences use to make sense of issues? And I found a community, and I'm first of all here in the right community, but also in the data visualization, data journalism community that actually thinks about the impact of what is it that we're doing with data. And like Matteo explained today very vividly, you need to make sense of data in a way that audiences can experience it. So what is it that I'm doing in this project? I think I'm doing conceptual groundwork, first of all. And that sounds to you like, okay, fine, that's what researchers do, sit at their desk, read books, and come up with some new concepts, and then they call it infrastructures of publics, and all of a sudden they have a book out and some papers. And yes, that's exactly what happens. But I think, coming back to this end of the food chain problem, I think I am in the process of this project engaging in exactly with those communities that are rethinking and redoing journalism and the public role of journalism. Thought from an audience perspective, but also from an experience perspective, but also from a different kind of sense-making perspective that takes into consideration much more the interfaces that people use to make sense of large-scale phenomena. And these are often represented by data, but not only, and not only one type of data. So what I'm interested in is bringing these experiences back into the education for journalists, for data journalists. I'm also teaching a class on digital methods, and I'm combining these often to teach digital methods for journalists so that they are able to competently speak about, with designers, with citizens, but also policymakers. And here's one point where I disagreed with Matteo. I think the bubble for citizens is a whole big bubble. And the one for policymakers is a smaller one, but equally important one. And I think this whole concept of audiences of journalism should be disentangled from impact questions. Because we are also audiences for each other. So infrastructures that bring us together to speak to each other are also impactful in the ways that we have this smaller conversation here. And not think of audiences just as those people following the news, like many examples showed. So forgive me that I'm bringing in just conceptual innovation, but the outreach that is the outreach I do is with students and with local citizens on different projects that are run by others to learn about how do you make sense of large-scale phenomena such as digitization, such as smart cities, such as abstract things that you need to kind of relate and break down. So thank you very much for still inviting me to the conversation.
Thank you, Christoph. I think it's actually quite essential to have you in this conversation. It's, of course, a conversation that really should focus on all the actors, right, in the arena. And actually, I would like to push a lot the focus in this second part on the people that we are talking with and to, because I think that I agree with you, and I agree completely when we are, especially as journalists, very much focused on the issue of impact, because going back to what Matteo was saying, that's actually what really somehow allows us to monetize what we do. And we know that, of course, reaching a big audience or many people, or even counting those audiences somehow gives us a possibility to monetize, which means a possibility to live and to produce more. But this focus on impact has somehow put in a second stand, and it's really wrong, the actual real impact, which is the value of engaging people in conversation, either small communities or big communities, because sometimes it's not the number of people, but it's really the way the conversation goes that makes the difference, which is exactly bringing to my first question. And then, of course, again, use the slide, but also raise your hands if you have questions. And which is going a little bit behind the scenes and see how you actually did develop your work and your project. And it's very important that here we have been talking, and we're talking about somehow communities which are not very often in the focus of media, like I'm thinking smaller cities, or a community that's actually being even neglected, like Makoko. It's not a small community, but a community almost ready to be wiped out by its government. Or Aarhus City, we had this conversation when we were discussing with Christoph. Very often the conversation about the role of media is in the big cities, is in London, New York, or Milan, or Barcelona, so on and so forth. But somehow there are a lot of other communities, of course, that have to deal with this conversation. So again, how do we go behind the scene? And can you tell us a little bit more how you work and how you actually interact with all the people involved? Let's start from Jacopo again. Yes, I think.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, it's working. Well, okay, this is a very particular project, Map Makoko. Basically, we had to, first of all, build a trust relationship with the community living in Makoko, so the 300,000 people living in that area. To do so, it takes time, first of all. So you need time, you need to create a conversation with the local leaders. Makoko has a system, a hierarchical system, where you have the local chiefs who kind of help coordinate social activities. They also supervise social structures and social systems like justice, for example. They are like the local decision makers. And they are officially recognized by the government as the kind of point of contact to talk about what's going on in that area. Without the trust relationship with the local chiefs, you wouldn't be able to make a project like this one, because you are not allowed to enter the community. Not only as a kind of foreigner like me going there, but also as a local Nigerian. You are not allowed to enter the community if you don't create a trust relationship. Number one. Number two, once you are in the community, you have to explain what you're doing in practical terms, because the people there are not interested in theoretical discussions. They want to know why you're there. Are you there for any hidden interest, like you're there for your own interests, or you're there to help us, or the two things together? Why are they so skeptical about external people entering the community? Because a lot of people, journalists, including journalists, but not only journalists, researchers, sociologists, doctors, they went to Makoko, spent 1 or 2 days there, did their own project, and then left in a so-called hit and run kind of activity, which left them disappointed because they felt like nothing has changed. You came here, did your own thing, then left. So we knew that, and we didn't want to end up doing the same thing. So we involved the people, and we created a long-lasting relationship, which was not just one workshop, 1 or 2 days. It was like a 1-year-long series of interactions, and we're still in touch with them, and we basically managed to build this trust relationship, which I think trust is a key point in the whole of this event. How do you create a trust relationship between media and the people?
How many people were involved in the project, more or less, just to have an idea?
In terms of people joining the workshops and learning how to fly drones, how to make maps, we had more than 40 people. Then on our side, we were like 5 or 6 people, including trainers, including project managers, including journalists from Code for Africa. And then we had all the other journalists who also kind of leveraged our trust relationship to enter the community. So somehow they knew that to enter this community, it would be easier to do it through someone who has already a trust relationship with the local people. So the trust point is very important, but basically we had about 40 people, which is not a lot, but the map is comprehensive. So if you go on OpenStreetMap and then you search Makoko, you'll find all the data there.
Which I think, and we'll go back to that, but it's also the impact in this case is really to make something that's been neglected and a sort of a blank become very visible and mapped. Yes?
Was there any type of fear of negative consequence, like this data is not successful to the government that wants to wipe them out? Was there concerns that the negative impact might be a problem?
Not really, because the government already has that data and they are already trying to wipe them out. So this is not something that is being caused by our intervention. The assumption was that by putting them under the spotlight and putting them on an online open data portal so that anyone in the world can see how many people live there, how they live, where the houses are, would probably help stop that process. So this was our assumption. Because we know that the maps exist, but they are like private. They're not online.
Which is just to say, and then we go back to Daisy Jacopo, but I think it's not only the case of Makoko, it's just the extension and the scale of this project is really important, thinking of a community of 300,000 people, but people from OpenStreetMap in the last 10 years have been advocating for mapping, for example, a lot of refugee camps, which are not on the maps, but they are cities at this point with 100,000 people living for decades. So it's very important to give them at least a visible representation. But we'll go back to that. Karma, in your case, maybe my point will be to, because I think it's very important you involve students in your work as well. Yeah. And it's not the public, but it's a type of public, and at the same time, students become proactive in your process, right?
Yeah, right. We are an NGO, so non-profit organization, and at the beginning we realized that we needed to create a team, a professional team to work in that way that I have shown. And the problem that was that scientific people or programmers or data analysts, they knew very well that all the technical part, statistics part, programming part, but they lack on communication and they lack on how to show this, to explain in a very simple way this kind of data or complexity, if you want. And on the other side, the journalists, we are very well communicating, but they lack, we lack in programming and statistics and analysis. So we decided that our first project was in 2020 to create a master's degree, a master's program with the University of Girona to online and in English to teach this kind of knowledge to different people or different profiles, the students' profiles with different professional backgrounds. And that was the idea. And yes, we are in the second edition, and we have been working in some of our projects with some students. And also the best part, I would say, that is the part of this program is working hands-on, so working in real projects with organizations and companies that they have open data, and they want to work in this way, visualizing data in a very simple way for everybody, and so they work with the real projects. In our projects also we have foundational projects that they are completely free for the cause, I would say. No, it's just we see a problem and we want to give some input or some output, and this is the case of the campaign of vaccination in COVID. This was a foundational project, and on the other hand, there are some projects that we do for organizations, public organizations.
There is a question for you from Vera. She says, where do you get the funding and who can use your results and visualization?
Well, about the funding is a very complicated issue, Vera, or answer, but we try, yes, fortunately we start working with international projects that they know very well what does it mean to work with complexity and to try to visualize or to explain in a very simple way to the citizens. So the organizations like United Nations, National Geographic, and others, they know very well what does it mean, and when the first projects were with them. Here in Catalonia, it's still starting, but we hope that we will find the way to continue working here also.
Okay, let's go to Denmark then. Christoph, the point of having citizens involved in the equation, data journalists and other local players. Okay, so you observe them and you reflect on that, but there are two dimensions we'd like you to focus on, which is one, the citizen participation into that, and the second is the scale of the city, because we had a comment on that, and I think it's extremely important. We see a lot of innovation and planning and smart cities, but they're usually like in 5 cities in the world. So you say it's very important to have that in each place in a way.
Yeah, I'm thinking very much about the regional focus of innovation, both in terms of journalism, where some international lighthouse projects, they can inspire what kind of journalism we want to do or what kinds of projects we should focus on, but often it's also a question of regional empowerment and networking. So one of the things I do in the project is simply go into smart city actor and discourses, which is part of the background where I come from, and say, well, if I take some learnings from Denmark to Germany, where digital index is the lowest in the EU, almost, and Denmark is one of the highest. So there are transfers that I can do within the region, inside the project, that actually let us know more about what is going on just 500 kilometers away. But there are huge discrepancies between the level of competence, but also what people can imagine, what kind of future city they want to live in, what kind of journalism they could do if they had the sources, if they had the competencies. And to the first question, I think Aarhus is very special because it's rather small. So the city is always in the university, and the university is always in the city. That's what we see. It's about 1/5 of the entire city is affiliated with the university. So it's a really university, and that's not my word. It's a new campus that's built now. It's called the University. And that makes it very nice to work together with people, because everyone at some point has come from the university and maintain touch, stayed in touch with them. And so when I have students, and maybe I teach a class on this subject and say, hey, what are creative ways in which we could communicate experiences of the city? And then they are not data journalists, they are like good old media studies students, but they get the idea that there are so many different interfaces and platforms through which you can experience the city. You can experience it through a home delivery, like food delivery service, or through statistics or other things. So they take this knowledge out into the jobs where they then work, because they will most likely stay on for a while. And the other group of students is international master students who go to all kinds of different international media. This Mundus program has over 1,000 graduates in the last 15 years. So I hope that this latches on, and I would like to take experiences from this into a manual that can inform journalism education, or what I call civic communication, like competences for civic communication. Because it's not just about what journalists do themselves, what they produce themselves, it's what kind of things they enable in a collaborative mode.
That's a point I would like you to elaborate a little bit more, which is this idea that if we work and live at the local level in a smaller environment, although this is a very peculiar environment because you have a big university in a city, so the two things are somehow twinned. But the issue is also the way journalists or people acting in a smaller place very often perceive themselves to be less capable, or have less of an impact, or have less of a scope. We comment that a lot with my colleague here, Marco, because we very often say journalists always want to go to the national daily or to the national TV. And sometimes it seems that in that way you can have a big impact, while if you work in a local level, you cannot. But maybe we really have to focus on changing that frame of mind, right? And because the empowering is much more on the local level somehow.
There is a nice word from an Australian colleague called placification. And what she means is that there are different media that contribute to a sense of place, both on your personal network, your professional network, but also how you become aware of what things are going on. And quite often in local media, journalists have actually left. All local media are run kind of half automatically as a sideline of larger businesses. So now, in some places, there are no more local media except local groups, social media, or hyper-local media that don't have a business model, etc. So I think in this gap, there is potential to redevelop a sense of place, both through automation, but also through taking in the experiences of the people that live in that space and ask them, well, what kind of news medium would you actually want to have, and is there something we can transfer from other contexts that we put together in a new way? This is, I think, a promise of digital media that could circumvent some of that global platform problem that we encounter with misinformation, but also with like having the wrong incentives of following certain stories longer than you should.
Yeah. I want to ask this more or less the same thing to Jacopo and Carmen. Just let me check if there are other questions for you before I take too much of the time. Okay, there are two more questions that I will have to turn, but I think it would be important to comment on these. So you both have been doing different type of projects. So I'm thinking, Jacopo, Makoko is one, but you also done other projects. And how important, and I go back also to the question from Amaranta, yeah, I thought so. I recognize you from an online call. That is about really somehow giving sort of representation to a community, but then of course also exposing that community, right? These two sides of... how do you think, I mean, this project is now what, 1 year old, 2 years old, right? Okay, I imagine it's difficult to see in the short or long term if you already have seen different type of reactions. But particularly on the community, what kind of reaction did you gather or did you see?
I think the community. The community reacted positively because they realized that we were not just there to basically take photos, but just we decided to spend more time than the average external agent entering this community, and this was appreciated by them. Plus, the idea that we wouldn't do the map on our own without the involvement of them was also appreciated, because the interesting result was that the people decided what to put on the map. So we provided the kind of imagery. We used drones, we collected more than 10,000 photos, stitched them together, and then transform them into open data, basically, the one that you can see on OpenStreetMap. but the people were trained to label the places. So they decided, okay, I want to have this pharmacy on the map, or I want to have this school on the map, but I don't care about this other building, I'll skip it. So they had a complete agency on that. Another interesting impact story of this project was that the data we published on OpenStreetMap was then reused by some UniLagos researchers. UniLagos is one of the most important universities in Lagos. Two medical researchers from Nigeria decided to use the data we provided to make a research that was completely unrelated to our project. So they used the geographic data to analyze the behavioral patterns in Makoko in terms of vaccination for COVID-19. So we were very happy that the geodata we published was then used by a local university to do something that we were not even considering when we started the project. Similarly, another kind of spin-off of this project was the analysis of water. There are a lot of sources of water in Makoko. 300,000 people is like a medium-sized city in Europe. They need water, right? How is the quality of this water? Nobody knew. The data was not available. So we kind of redeployed our Code for Africa's collaborators to collect water samples, analyze it in collaboration with local laboratories in Lagos, and then publish the open data on the water quality in Makoko. So now we added a new layer of data about the water quality, and again did it with this kind of participatory approach. So you can see from the geographic layer of data, you can build a lot on top of it.
So there is one question for you, Jacopo, and then I go to Karma, which I think somehow you already implicitly responded, but I'd be curious to have your take on this, which is, do you think it's possible to do the same project also for big migrants hub in Europe, like Lesbo, Lipa, Zatri, Jordan, and so on? So this big refugee camp. Now, you focus a lot, your talk, about building a long standing relation and trust and all of that, which may be a characteristic of some of these hubs, is really not the possibility of having the same community there for a long time. But what's your opinion on this?
I think...
yeah?
Yes. I think definitely. So the methodology we used in Makoko can be definitely replicated and adapted in other regions of the world or contexts, like refugee camps, for example. Definitely. And to be fully transparent with you, there is an organization doing this almost full-time, which is called Humanitarian OpenStreetMap, which also gave Code for Africa a micro-grant to do Map Makoko. So there is this non-profit organization called HOTOSM, Humanitarian OpenStreetMap, that focuses on that, and they have already mapped refugee camps and use a similar approach. What they didn't do maybe is the data journalism part, and that's why they were super interested in funding our project. And also, I think they are quite much into training, so they do a lot of trainings, but obviously they don't have access to all communities in the world. So there is space for more of these projects, in my opinion.
Okay, Karma, in your case, and then I'll take a couple of questions if you have any, put up your hand, but in your case, we're presenting a couple of projects where you actually decide which data to select from a trove of data. So it's almost the opposite. Like in Jacopo's case, they've built to find the data. What Christoph was talking about was really to see how to facilitate more the discussion and encounter. But in your case, you have the data there, which is already available, but you have to decide which data to select in order to build a narrative or to help people to understand how to connect that data.
Exactly. We always, with each project, we try to, we do a very strong or in-depth brainstorming and think about the citizens or the audience that needs to understand this data and what is the best way to show this data. So let me explain one of the latest projects that is in a small or a small city close to here, to Barcelona, that is Hospitalet de Llobregat. It's not so small. It's a big one in Catalonia, but maybe from compared with other megalopolis, so it's a small one. So the City Council gave us the data of a survey to measure the digital divide in this city. And they asked for show the results in a very simple way. So they expected like a map by districts or by the parts of the city. And finally we decided no, we are not showing this in a map. We decided to visualize all the data starting with create your own avatar. So tell me who are you and which are your social conditions, and I give you how you are in the whole group of the citizens that live in Hospitalet. So why we decided to do this? Because if you see in a map that this district or part of the city is the part that they have more digital divide, so maybe it could be, we always think in the people that you feel like discriminatory, or you feel like if you live in this neighborhood, so you are less digitalized, and maybe thinking about the people. So we decided to create this avatar, and all the interactive web, you learn how to interpret all the data. You learn how to visualize this V-swarm, and that is the final solution that we gave, and how to understand what does it mean digital divide, in case you didn't know, and how and which are the variables or the indicators that are most important for this concept, digital divide. So this is another kind. Think about always who is the people that needs to understand this data, and think a lot in the audiences. And for us, the impact is if they really understand the complexity that is behind this analysis and the data. For us, is the best impact that we can have. In our team, you know, Elisabetta, we are a very, how to say, a long professional background in media. So we decided to leave the media, and we decided to start this project because we wanted to work in another kind of projects, thinking more in the people, and do this kind of projects for society. That is quite different if you are working for a big media, and you are only thinking about what's the news. You need, in this case, you need time. That's what he said also. And it's really enjoyable because if you have this time, you can think, you can learn a lot about the brainstorming, thinking in the audience, reading a lot of context to analyze this data, and finally see how the people, the audiences, interact with this kind of visualization.
There is one word you mentioned, and I'd like to highlight this, which is the complexity issue. I, as a journalist, am totally against the idea of simplifying or oversimplifying things. I think embracing complexity is really the way we should take at the moment to try and convey all the big challenges of the present. And so I would like to close with Christophe. We have only, again, a few minutes, but here there are different projects. And we've been putting a lot of food for thought on the table, but the thing is, there are certain things that are kind of common, and then there are, of course, differences. Which are, from your point of view, the potential or the things that we should really maybe focus more on and we can build on and can help us in this new world of new type of journalism we are trying to embrace?
Thank you very much. I don't want to take the last word from all of you, but complexity is a good keyword, but it also comes with ambivalence, and it comes with conflict. First, a lesson, I think, always when reporting about complexity, I'm incredibly bored by accounts that try to boil it down to one narrative. That's not how we experience the world. And I think journalists, the more they work with different stakeholders or audiences or people who contribute to projects, they will understand that each of these perspectives to a certain degree also has its relevance and legitimacy. So bringing in a collaborative framework makes you as a journalist aware of, like, you cannot just sell this story under one idiom or under one narrative. Like, you are building a capacity probably among the people that you work with over a long time, and that has to have some commitment, just like you are demonstrating. Like, the ownership of data that is collected is also important. And are you the person that in the end made this possible? Do you own the data? Do you own the process? Do you own the product? That is really important to think about. Like, what is your role in this process? And I think if we look at the title, Advancing the Concept, is, I think, when you engage citizens of different kinds, you know, there are audiences, there are mothers, fathers, different occupations, in the act of collecting data on a common issue. So you do like problem-focused journalism, and you stay with that issue for a long time, and you follow it up. Something that a colleague of mine, Andrea Hamm, calls ramifications. So what is the outcome of your engagement with that issue on the policy level, on the city level, on the inequality level? Have you helped someone through that networking of resources? And have you at the same time engaged audiences in multiple capacities? Have you helped them to become more competent? And in the end, maybe they use their competence against you. Okay, fine. You have to deal with that. Yeah, you have to kind of, that's what I mean with the ambivalence. That's kind of my key takeaway here.
We'll keep the keyword ambivalence. Maybe it's even more fruitful than simple complexity. So I think we are at the end of our time, right? I'm looking into towards Joanna. Okay. So thank you, Karma Peiro. Thank you, Jacopo Ottaviani, and thank you, Christoph Resch, and all of you, of course, also for the contribution to this part. Thank you. And I think we go straight to the next, no?
I want to kidnap your host.
Okay, but you stay, I'm leaving. Yes.
Yes, we don't want you, Elisabetta.
No. Just a second. I need someone to reopen the Slido here.
Okay. I also like, Matteo, if you want to join us on stage for the last part. We are doing a bit more of an interactive session at this point. I'm Marco Boscolo. I'm a colleague of Elisabetta at Formica Blue, and I'm here with the last and very unpleasant role of being the last obstacle, or almost the last obstacle, between you and your lunch. So please forgive me. So I kidnapped the guests from the previous roundtable because I want to, in this session, we want to go a little bit back to the beginning of this today with the example from Matteo Moretti of empowering through data visualization and data journalism, and also thinking about misinformation. So here we have some thoughts, some. Oh, we don't see it on screen. Sorry. Oh, now we do. Thank you. So we have prepared a Slido with some tips and suggestions for avoiding, or at least trying to avoid misinformation when you are doing science journalism, citizen science journalism, and data journalism. So what we like you to do is to log on to slido.com with that code, and please rank these 5 suggestions, these 5 phrases, according to the importance you give to each one of them. And then, on the basis of this, we will interact between the guests on stage and also on you on the floor. So, I'll give you some minutes to think about it, but as you can see, they are very different, and it was also a kind of, oh, we see some, one participated, 2 participants. Okay. You can undo.
2 or 3 or
Now you can. No, you can rank. You can move them with... This is not a very relevant number in terms of statistical relevance, but... 9, good. Okay, now 6. So just 4 left means. Okay, so as you can see, I will briefly go through them. For example, here we have something that has already emerged also in the last roundtable. How much is important to publish your methodology when you are dealing with a data journalism project or something that involves anyway the collection of data from the field. So I want to go especially starting from Jacopo. So we didn't mention in the previous roundtable, but did you publish the methodology? You said already that the methodology has been used by other projects, but how much is important to you, and in terms of transparency, what gives you this?
So I put that also number 1. So I completely agree with that. I think without that, your project can be attacked very easily. People would say you have manipulated the data, you have manipulated your sample is not representative enough. So number 1, yes, I agree with this survey here, the results of the survey. And number 2, yes, we published the methodology, and it's available on devex.com. If you search devex.com, Jacopo Ottaviani or Code for Africa, you will find it there. We actually made it into stories. Our methodology became the story at some point, which is super interesting also. It's not just a small note somewhere, no, but it's actually the story. It became the story. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at the results of this poll, and I'm a bit surprised that that just ended in 3rd position, the fact of considering how the data is framed. So I want to ask to Matteo Moretti, you as a designer, how do you work on the fact that the simple idea that you decide to visualize the data in a way or another can affect the way people interpret that?
Okay. We made a project on the Chinese community in the small town of Bolzano with this idea of debunking the idea that a Chinatown was existing. The town is about 100,000 citizens, and the Chinese community was made by 600 persons, so the 0.6%. But yes, if data works, nobody will believe that the Chinatown exists, but this is not the reality because the data are very clear, but the perception is completely different. So we also made a map showing that there's no Chinatown, so all the Chinese shops, restaurants, blah, 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 are not located in a single spot, but are spread all over the city. And the answer was, yes, they are everywhere, look. So the answer is that even if you try to in a way, to reframe your data to avoid misinterpretation or misuse, I think this will happen anyway, because that's the complexity or the reality we have to deal with. So there's no way out to survive.
Okay, but did you prepare a specific plan? Did you anticipate, you didn't anticipate that, but did you prepare a sort of crisis plan in terms of this kind of events?
No, honestly not. I think it's, even if you try, there will always, reality will always surprise you. So you can try preventing, but I think there are many other things you cannot be able to prevent.
Yeah, I would like to know if Christophe has something to add on this, thinking about the multilaterality of complexity that you mentioned about the fact that we are living in a complex world where you can have more than one narrative on one thing or one place.
Yes, of course. But I was thinking that this problem here with misinformation and publishing also has an issue inside the academy, because you have different kinds of publishing formats. If you want to be transparent about your methodology, you need to have a transparent reader who can interpret how you have framed it, how you actually talk about your methodology, which is different than if you talk about to an audience how you did a study or how you got the data. in terms of internal academic peer review, that is an obstacle. Like what you want to achieve is actually made impossible by the system of peer review, because otherwise you wouldn't get into the journal if you phrase it in a very open way and easy to understand way. So I think also for academics, there is a good basis to collaborate with people who can communicate the central outcomes of important studies. And I'm saying important studies. Not every study that academics do is important, but some that have really astounding outputs, you should invest some time in communicating these outputs. Like I always say, like when the article is published, its life begins, but for academics it ends, because it's like done, it's out there, finished. No, that's actually when you should start working with your output, rather than staying just with the peer-reviewed process and creating outputs that are potentially also interesting to other audiences. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's more practical.
Yeah, and Karma, especially when you showed us the project about the vaccination, about COVID-19, did you think about the boomerang effect it could have in terms of that, you ranked more or less the communities in Spain with the one that reached the goal in time or with some delay. So did you think of a kind of a crisis plan in order to counteract that or not?
No, not really. We decided to create this interactive, web interactive, because we thought it was needed in that moment to understand better the public data. But I have here an example to comment a little bit more, if I can. The first one, publish your methodology. This is one of our mottos. We always do. We are transparent with our methodology and the data, and these principles are basic for us. But talking about also the scientific data, I don't know if I have an example that the United Nations indicator of violence against women was designed an index in 2009. So they create an index asking women around the globe about which are the experiences that they have lived that could represent violence against women. So with this index, they establish like a pattern to consider the problem and to study and analyze the problem. But in 2009, it was a meeting where some Bangladeshi women were on the committee to put their examples or their thoughts about what it was violence. Until that moment, the United Nations had created this index only with women from Europe, New Zealand, Australia, and United States especially. But in that moment, in 2009, these women, Bangladeshi women, say, have you contemplated as a violence against the women be expelled from the house? In Western Nepal, some women are forced to sleep outdoors while they are menstruating. So this was a real issue. Or have you contemplated rebuke for giving birth to a girl and not a man? So that is also violence against women. So they receive a lot of different kind of violence from these women, but when they create again the index in 2014, these issues for the Bangladesh women were not in the new index. So we are considering the violence against women around the globe with an index that don't contemplate these voices. So, I mean, when we have the data, it's so important to know this kind of criteria, this kind of context, this kind of methodologies or discussions. But the problem in this moment is we lack all of these conversations. We lack all of these criteria or discussions. We only find, an open data file, and we work with this, assuming that all the conversations, all the criteria was fair. And we need to learn a lot about the data that is already published.
Yeah. And also that reminds me of what Matteo was saying this morning about the importance of co-designing, of putting all the people together, not only people working behind the scene, but also people involved in the data collection themselves. I want to go to another poll because we have more suggestions and tips about misinformation and data journalism. And so here we are asking again, how can citizen science project contribute to tackling misinformation with 5 different and new phrases that I want you the same to rank according to the importance you give to them. And as you can see, many of these things that are in these statements has already been touched during our conversation today. So it is a sort of confirmation that what comes from NEWSERA in this poll is, something that already you feel in your field work. For example, here I'm thinking about the trust relation that emerged during this roundtable. Okay. Okay, so we have already 24 people who responded to the poll, and I want to start from Matteo this time, and I want to ask you, in your project, the project you presented this morning, how much important was the transparency between the fact that there were different kind of commitment of funds in a way, and also of clients for your studio training, the OBC, Trust Europe, and also Fight the Stroke. So how do you cope with this kind of transparency in building the relation between the readers of your project and these entities?
Honestly, something we didn't, because yes, concerning the citizen science, we are not so in communication with citizens, so this kind of project happened before reaching the citizen, and so we don't deal with this issue, or better, maybe it's dealt by the who commits the project. But what we tried during the user testing and the co-design, it was about involving people, and as you said before, just to collect their concern, because sometimes you completely forget something that it's very important and very crucial. But obviously, in a co-design process, you can involve some of them, not the whole community. As you do that, it's super. But yes, we work before the
Okay.
Sorry,
it's okay. It's okay.
Useful.
I'm asking questions, I don't know the answers, so it's fine. And so thinking about the fourth one, differentiate between different target audiences, considering age, gender, social groups. I was wondering, in Makoko, in the case of Makoko, did you consider that in terms of your outreach, your dissemination of the results?
Okay, we did it mostly from a kind of, so yes, maybe not exactly the way it's written there, but for example, we decided from the beginning that it wouldn't make sense to make this project as a kind of global media project only. We wanted to work with local Nigerian media, first and foremost, so that we're sure that local people will be exposed to the story. But then we also felt like, okay, we can do both. We can publish in Nigeria, but we can also publish globally, and that's when we started working with CNN Africa, BBC Africa, and the other global media. So in terms of age, I think each media outlet has a different kind of target audience. So our assumption was that the more media partners we involve, the better. But obviously, we didn't do like a very kind of scientific analysis of the audiences that each of our media partners would basically bring in as we published. But I think it's a very useful idea.
Yeah. Last question to Karma, please. Well, in terms of what you were saying before, and also this stimuli that is coming from this statement, how much important is that you are open to feedback from the readers? Meaning that you want to empower the community with the information you provide, how open you should be as a journalist or as a communicator to the input that comes from the readership?
Well, in our case, we are not the media, so we have not readers, but trying to answer your questions, yes, is the most important to get the feedback from these audiences or the people who you address, that kind of projects. And I'm all the time thinking about the first issue, build trust relations with different stakeholders, because I would say in each project is one of the most complicated parts to build this trust and these relations with trust. And it's so important, and it gets a lot of time to build this trust, or at least don't lose the trust with the different stakeholders. I'm thinking about public administrations, with neighborhoods of a small community, or with some other private company, and how do you build this relationship, and how to finally you get the solution to inform or to give some knowledge about this data, this open data, or the data that you are trying to show. So it's not only when we talk about the data, in all the technological field that we are living today, we need trust. And if you don't have this trust, and it's really complicated to have this trust, but we are, I would say, lost.
Yeah, thank you. So trust seems like a buzzword of today's workshop and meeting. So I will thank all our guests, and incredibly we are on time, so I'm happy about that. And I will give the floor, I think, to Joanna for the closing remarks, and I'll join you for lunch afterward. Thank you.
So we need to wait a little bit to Edgar San Juan to come to stage. We have a few injuries in the audience, so so I'll just present Edgar whilst he comes to stage. He's the founder of May Thinking. He's a design and visual thinker, and he has been with us the entire morning drawing the sessions. So we will do like a final visual wrap-up with him.
Hello, waiting for the connection with the final piece. I have to talk here, or here it's okay? Here better. Okay, that's all. Thank you. So as I was there transforming into visual all the presentations, I'm not gonna repeat the whole thing because you will have this material. So I'm just going to point some interesting visuals that I heard from you. From Matteo Moretti, well, he talked about this importance about the visualization of data, the difference between the direct and indirect information and experience. The data was an opinion is something really hard to listen, but interesting. The bias and the polarization, how you transform data into visual to get it easier, and the three main projects that you were explaining to us. I think was really interesting the way to put, you know, the places, no, the places you love, and related with the climate change. Also, the mapping diversity, really interesting, a different way to see how cities are, have the information. And in the disabled data, the gamification was a really interesting point. The scroll telling was something that I didn't heard, so there's a concept there. And jumping to the Joanna, she's not here, no? Well, she will have it. Well, the concept of the fake news and the misinformation, the free paradox, how create this the perfect storm, and how the truth is like slower than the fake to spread. It's an interesting concept. Some of the key topics like we believe what we want to believe, and also we believe what our friends or close believe. This difference she presented about the self-confidence, about what about I know versus what I really know. And well, interesting also the guide he was sharing with us. We take also some ideas about the question and answers, topics about the social networks to spread information, how your projects are a tool for different new projects and people. Well, the scroll telling was a good way to move people to the ideas. How we listen more closer to our friends than experts. The difference between the boomers and the Gen Z, boomers take everything, Gen Z discuss everything. And the fake news, as we say, the problem is not an actual problem. The topic is how fast they goes nowadays. And here pointing these three projects about three presentators, mapping macro visualization for transparency and infrapublics from these three guys here. And some of the interesting concepts that it just appear, like how you have to involve the community to build the project, how you can't explain clearly your purpose, be really practical, not theoretical, for some of the cases, how to involve students or different knowledge and skills into your projects too, how the methodology, it will help to spread, to build new projects worldwide. And the final piece that I got is like this, yes, how depends on your audience, you will transform this data into that source of knowledge. So I was just finishing with this 10 misinformation recommendations. And well, that's all. Thank you for the presentation, and here we go.
Thank you very much, Edgar, for this really beautiful wrap-up of the session. So just to give you a little bit follow-up on what we will be doing after. So as you heard from both Rosa and Elisabetta, the coordinators from NEWSERA and ENJOI, we will have in a few months' time some reports related to misinformation, to citizen science journalism, and also the PSIs that are working on with the ENJOI. So we hope in the beginning of the next year that we will publish part of the information that was and the concepts that were talked about during this talk. And another thing that we will be doing this afternoon, so as part of the ENJOI and the NEWSERA networks, we will work on what we call engagement labs. For example, in ENJOI, participants will be validating the PSIs that Elisabetta talked in before. And NEWSERA, we will be working with different projects that are part of our network. So it's INAT and Home Up from Italy, Cities at Night, DNOSES, Odor Collect, and the Droth Citizen Observatory from Spain, and Vacalor and Gela Vista from Portugal. For that we also have Vera Novaes, Rui Barros, Miquel Catanzaro, Nacho Lopes and Eli Vivas, António Macirioelo, and Marco Bosco, who have been working with the projects during the previous year. And the idea is that we have a blueprint for citizen science projects to work with the science and data journalists. So we hope that with this we can also enrich both science communication and citizen science communities. Last but not the least, I thank all the speakers for being here and all the participants. We also hope this is an opportunity from the communities from ENJOI and NEWSERA to be together. So that we can continue to collaborate and also strengthen our relationships to this project that will come out in April, which is Coalesce. So thank you very much.